Okay, good evening. This is Tuesday, July 14th, 2020, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock. Governor Pritzker recently extended the disaster declaration related to the COVID-19 pandemic for all Illinois counties. Based on the current public health concerns, I, as the head of the public body, have determined that it is neither practical or prudent to hold an in-person meeting of the Board of Education on July 14th, 2020. I have further determined it is not feasible for the public to be present at the public body's regular meeting location due to the health concerns related to COVID-19. This board meeting will be remote and comply with the procedures set forth in Public Act 101-640 that was signed by Governor Pritzker on June 12, 2020. Okay. All right, with that, we'll call the meeting to order, and I'm going to do a roll call that also includes the cabinet so that the community is aware of everyone on the call. So I will start with the board. First of all, I am Kara Caforio. Dr. Margaret Harrell.
Present.
Karen Stupin.
Present.
Jim Collins.
I'm here.
Courtney Troutman.
Present.
Beth Hassler.
You're on mute.
Present. Sorry.
Chris Kaczynski.
Present.
Okay. All right, now we'll get into the administration. Superintendent, Dr. David Moyer. Dave. Dave.
He looks pretty still. We might have lost him.
Okay, I'm going to come back to him. Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operations, Chris Walton.
Present.
Assistant Superintendent for Innovation and Growth, Dr. Scott Gren. All right, I'll come back to him. Oh, he's present. Assistant Superintendent for Learning and Teaching, Nikki Tamaro.
Present.
Assistant Superintendent of Student Services and Special Education, Dr. Kevin Rubenstein.
Present.
Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Luke Pavone.
Present.
Executive Director of Research and Program Analysis, Marianne Lemke.
Here.
Executive Director of Communications, Bev Redmond.
Present.
Executive Director of Technology, RJ Bialik. Did I get it right? No.
Close, but I'm present.
Okay, sorry. And I believe Jen Conwell, head nurse of District 205. Are you on here as well?
I'm here. Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Dave, are you back on?
He just
Dave just chatted. I'm here.
Okay. All right. Did I miss anybody?
Todd Schmidt, present.
Todd Schmidt, facilities. Okay. With that, then we will say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and
and
To the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Okay, as we begin the agenda, we have one of the best parts, which is recognition of a job well done. We have a Shining Star recipient, and I believe that Jim Collins is going to do the honor tonight.
And it is an honor. Thanks, Kara. Jen, thank you for joining us tonight. This Shining Star Award goes to Jen Conwell, who, as you just heard, is the head nurse for District 205. She was nominated by Dr. David Moyer. As the district head nurse, Jen Conwell serves on the Start of the School's Operation Committee. She is the health department's liaison, and since February has been consulted on every district procedure to ensure the safety of our students and staff. She has provided her leadership and expertise on mask policies, cleaning procedures, the end of the year routines, summer participation, and events such as back-to-school activities, school celebrations, and other special events. Last but not least, the reopening of offices. So literally everything. Thank you for your willingness to go above and beyond. It is truly appreciated. And this Shining Star Award, Jen, is well deserved. Thank you very much for all the hard work you put in the last few months.
Thank you very much.
Jen,
Thank you. Thank you.
greatly appreciate it. Okay. So because we are virtual, which is also we anticipate moving back to in-person meetings in upcoming weeks, and which will we will return to regular operations, at least that what we hope. But for now, because we are in a virtual environment, we are live streaming, and we also allow public comment to be sent in ahead of time. So we have quite a few public comments tonight. Public comment, was able to be submitted in writing prior to the meeting with the form online. And I have asked Board Member Courtney Troutman to read the comments. She will read the name and the comment. Those are submitted into the record as well. So Courtney, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Kara. The first comment was submitted by Renee DeZillo. Please fully open the schools. You are doing a huge disservice to everyone if you don't. If people are afraid, including teachers and staff, they should stay home and e-learning should be an option. Those that want to go to school can and should be able to go. This virus is not going away and we need to stop hiding from it. Are we going to sit home for the next 2 to 7 years until they come up with a vaccine, which won't be fully effective anyway? Push back on the state guidelines. You don't have to follow them. Please don't let our kids down. The next comment is submitted from Seth Kamens. Mr. Kamens submitted an article that was copied from a Fairfax County public school teacher and reposted on the Montgomery County Education Association website. Please refer to that website or the public notes for the copy of that article. We're not going to read it in open session right now. The next comment is from Ellen Cruz. If the Chicago beaches remain closed and many parents are forbidden to return to their workplaces out of precaution, you should not send students and staff into school while cases are increasing. It's foolish and someone will die, whether it's a student's family member, a teacher, or a student. That death is avoidable. Learning is important, but not at the expense of life. Ms. Cruz also copied the same article, which can be read on the association or public documents. Next comment, Randy Fulara. Board of Education members, I'm not sure what is in the open D205 plan you'll be voting on tonight since the plan hasn't been posted, but if the plan is to reopen schools without including a remote-only option for students, please reject the plan tonight and rework it to at least include a remote-only option. If there is no way provided for my children to study remotely, I'll just be calling them sick every day until the schools close down again and e-learning resumes, which I guess would be within a couple of weeks after the school year starts. Keeping them home is not an ideal solution, but it's the best one we have given our society's utter failure to act responsibly during this pandemic. Thank you for your time. The next comment, Doug Snyder. Mr. Schneider, copied the same article from Fairfax County Public School teacher, which is posted on the Montgomery County Education Association website. The next comment is from Laura Worley. Hello to you all. I taught Spanish at Hawthorne for almost 20 years, and I loved every day with my students. I am very concerned about the safety for our students and staff and everyone else in the district. The nurses, oh my, our school needs were great even before the pandemic. I am worried about all the adults who are at risk. This week, I heard several Elmhurst students were diagnosed with COVID and others are going for testing. I'm sure you know how great some of our parents are and how difficult some are. Imagine requiring a mask and social distancing to a child whose parent calls this a hoax. What will that child follow our rules? Who will be our substitute teachers when our teachers get sick? I would love to see kids back in the school, but at this time it's too dangerous. I think we all don't want to believe the seriousness of this time. Thank you. The next comment is from Sarah Garcia. Why are the elementary school students, the ones that are going to be able to handle the masks and social distancing requirements the least, the ones who are going back to school full time? It's not safe for any of our students or teachers for that matter to be going back full time at this point, especially if board members continue to have their meetings virtually. Next comment is from Kathleen Kirch. Please take everyone into consideration when opening schools. 3 of my children are in public school system and I worry for their safety as well as the children they have in their care. Illinois has done a good job to let us not get reckless now. The next comment is from Rosemary Serio. Please reopen our schools. We have several children on our block and they want to return. These children will feel these repercussions for years to come. The next comment is from Fred Williams. First, I want to acknowledge and commend the teachers, administrators, and others who have given up so much time this summer in hopes of supporting our children during these unfortunate circumstances. While I would love to stay optimistic and cheery during this comment, it's simply not possible. COVID cases are significantly higher than they were when schools closed in March and continue to rise. As of this weekend, 49 Elmhurst residents, 19 years and younger, have tested positive. 356 adults have tested positive in our town, 100 cases from the last 2 weeks alone. Additionally, 37 residents died in Elmhurst. What I want the board to consider is this. How many adults and children are you willing to kill through your decision tonight? 1, 5, 10, 50. Are you okay with our children becoming orphans because their parents died of COVID? Is this something you'd accept for your own children? Now, some might say this is dramatic, but I personally know of several children now living in foster care because their parents are dead. This is the reality of the situation. You need to consider the weight of your decision because this is it. It's not acceptable to request district staff risk their safety to teach in person, which is clearly evident by the board meeting remotely tonight. We have the luxury of financial and technological resources in Elmhurst. Oops. Oh my goodness, lost it. Hold on one second. Let's see, hold on, Mr. Williams, coming. We can provide a quality education through remote learning to all children if we start planning now. We can safely provide a quality education remotely, and that is what I urge you to do. Next comment is from Sarah Garcia. As a teacher and a District 205 parent, I am very concerned about sending my children back to school for in-person instruction, given the global pandemic that we are currently experiencing. When I initially filled out the survey, I felt that a hybrid option would work best for us. However, after seeing what's happening across the United States, I am not sure I'm comfortable with that option. I am concerned for the health of the students and teachers of District 205. Here are some questions I have concerning the Open 205 plan. What options are being given to parents who are not comfortable sending their children to school under these conditions? What options are being given to teachers who are not comfortable teaching in person under these conditions? What options are being given to teachers who have family members who are high risk? Will masks be mandatory for students and teachers for in-person instruction? What happens if a child gets sent to school sick after being given Tylenol to mask symptoms? What if a child is exposed to COVID via family member? What are the protocols the school and families will have to follow? If a classroom of students is exposed to COVID during the school day, is the whole class quarantined? Does instruction continue online? What will drop-off and pick-up routines look like? How will safety measures, i.e. mask wearing and social distancing, be monitored and enforced on the bus? Lastly, why is this meeting being held remotely when a gathering of 50 people is permissible under phase 4? If the board is not willing to meet in person to discuss a reopening plan, then they should not be discussing sending students and teachers back to school for in-person instruction. The next comment is from Marcus DeWitt. As a taxpayer and involved parent, my voice deserves to be heard. Is there a virus? Yes. Is it as deadly as they claim on some media outlets? No. Should children's liberties be taken away and forced to wear a constricting mask? No. Let the families decide what's best for their children. After all, that is the basis of America. Freedom of choice. Open the schools mask-free or give me a hefty tax credit. Next comment is from Kristen Hall. I am as eager as anyone for our kids to get back to school, not just because we need to, but because of the challenges with e-learning in the spring. I am hoping for a hybrid model that allows for some in-person instruction and remote learning. However, remote learning is not uploading assignments, but actual virtual instructor-led sessions. Distancing within the buildings will mean the best case scenario is that our kids will be online at least part of the time. I want to thank our teachers and administrators for the extraordinary efforts, but ask that the solutions provide a safe environment where our kids can actually learn, not just work. Masks and distance must be required, and online must be flexible, engaging, and scale up or down based on the guidelines. Next comment is from a concerned parent. Dear members of the board and Superintendent Moyer, I know you have struggled and agonized over this process to make a plan that takes our students' safety to the highest account. I know we are all hoping for the best. Our kids want to be with their friends and be in school. The spring was not what any of us would have wanted in terms of ideal education, but I write to you today with knots in my stomach. Can this be done with true safety? We see nearby sports camps canceled because of positive COVID tests. We see kids playing and walking around in our community without social distancing. I am increasingly worried. When all that is said and done, we must be completely confident that our returning plan will serve our students and be something we can stick to, not go back on. To be blunt, are you confident that we have a plan that ensures no sick or dead students or no sick or dead teachers? We have dealt with tragedy in this community before, and I am not prepared to do so again. Are you? What are you prepared to answer to if a plan results in death of our students or their teacher? I thought I was prepared to send our children to return, but I am no longer confident. Are you? I ask you, what are you prepared to be responsible for? The next comment is from Sarah Jensen. Firstly, thank you for all that you're doing to ensure a safe return to school for our students and teachers during this unprecedented time. Assuming that a portion of our students' learning will be conducted at home via remote e-learning, I would like to hear specific action plans on a number of topics. I realize you may not have all the answers now, but I would expect within several weeks prior to school commencing that details of the elements we can control be communicated to parents and teachers and students. 1, what will the 5 clock hours of learning look like? How much will be driven by in-person instruction, teacher delivering instruction via recorded video or synchronous platform, remote small group via breakout room or conference call, video calls versus independent flexible student work time? I'm deeply concerned about the latter, independent flexible, particularly for my elementary school child and our experience from the spring remote learning. Having students complete work on their own without instruction does not foster a student's academic growth, enable differentiation, or maximize a student's learning potential, as it is a one-size-fits-all approach. As such, how will you execute differentiation in a remote environment? How can we take what we do in person within in-person instruction, for example, acceleration literacy groups, math workshop model, and implement this in a remote learning environment to ensure our students progress at the level in which they are capable of and truly realize their academic potential? What are your specific expectations and plans to enable this? 3, the REACH identification and appeals process has been canceled twice, February and April. How will you ensure these students are able to retest and appeal their placement? If we find ourselves in another remote learning position, just canceling the appeal is not acceptable. How can we think about the testing in a different way? 4, what will be the process to ensure the safety of our teachers and students if students or teachers test positive? What will be the specific action plan in place to protect them? Again, I recognize and appreciate all that you are doing. A lot of what we faced is outside of our control, but I do ask that you provide concrete, specific plans on these questions that are in our control. Thank you very much for your time. Sarah Jensen, D205 parent of 3 kids, 2 incoming 6th grade students and 1 incoming 3rd grade student. The next comment is from Jill Pettarelli. I would just like to thank the board and the committees for all their hard work during this unprecedented time. Though I know everyone will not be satisfied with the plan presented tonight, I think the board should still know how appreciated you are for having our children's best interests in mind. We unfortunately don't have the benefit of seeing what has worked in the past, since thankfully no one has experienced it before. You're truly forging a new path to our new normal. Thank you again for your efforts towards providing our children the best education possible during this pandemic. There's no absolute right solution, and we understand the task you've been taken is not an easy one, and quite frankly, a thankless one. Next comment, Melissa Close. Have we considered a shorter semesters to still get the kids back in person, but end in November pre-holiday flu season spike? Then return late January in hopes for more progress to COVID management to then complete the year and even extend to late June if needed. Next comment, Natalie Escamilla. I am very concerned about our students returning to school full time, if at all. I don't want my child being part of the small percentage of kids to get sick or possibly die, no matter what the percentage is. I also don't any of my son's friends, teachers, or administrators to get sick or again die. How will I explain this to my kids, and how can we expect their growing minds to comprehend the loss of teachers, friends, and or parents? Mentally, physically, and emotionally, that's too much to process. What happens when a teacher is exposed or gets COVID? Will the entire class go into quarantine? Will the entire school go into quarantine as rooms and bathrooms are shared? If my toddler gets sick, do I keep my son home, and do his classmates also have to quarantine? What has been put in place to keep the children safe if they return to school? Although I would much rather have my son in a school setting, he needs and misses it. I don't see how it's possible to do so while keeping students, parents, teachers, and families safe. E-learning with more Zoom meeting and teaching and smaller group meetings seems like a much better, safe option. Thank you for your time. Next comment, Emily Moran. I live in the neighborhood to the south of Emerson. In the past 8 to 10 years, we have been inundated with overland stormwater that comes from Emerson's and city property during large rains. The amount of water is enough to create a pond that encompasses 3 front yards and the end of the street on Ferndale and is easily 2 feet high. It often reaches the point that it creates a 3 to 4 foot wide rivers between houses and completely surround houses along the way. The flow works its way through the neighborhood to River Glen. We had heard last fall that there were possible mitigation efforts for Emerson's north side flooding to be put in place in the next couple of years. We asked that they consider helping to mitigate the overland stormwater that comes to us from the south side as well. To our surprise, work started in the spring, and we as a neighborhood were not informed of the project. It is at this point that we learned that Emerson drains drain into our neighborhood. Due to our flooding issues and concern about the impact Emerson's detention pond can have on our neighborhood, we have now formed a task force, the North Growl Woods Flooding Task Force. We understand that City Public Works has been in communication with the project engineer to advocate for some of our concerns, but we have had no response to our letter and request to meet with school district and project representatives. The detention pond has already been tested with some rains, and we have seen the muddy construction water work its way through drains into our piecemeal storm drainage system, which consists of a few pipes, includes an open culvert, and leads to an open stream between houses leading to Salt Creek. It is not a comprehensive sewer system. The majority of the neighborhood depends on culverts and swales for stormwater conveyance. Now we see that if the substantial detention pond overflows, it will overflow into backyards in a neighborhood that does not have a comprehensive system. In addition, the pond drains into our small stormwater system. We, the task force leadership, are kindly asking for a meeting with school district representatives and an Emerson project engineer to discuss our concerns. Thank you. The next comment is from Nuno. Is school going to resume classes on time? The next comment is from Megan Godoy. How will safety of students going to be addressed on the bus? Social distancing, more buses, masks, and sanitation, ? The next comment is from Diana Ellison. I do not think it's good that these kids attend school. COVID-19 is getting worse. Please do not take the chance and put the students in danger or staff. Next comment, Mary Jo Hecker. Will all the schools have a designated isolation area to accommodate a student who is experiencing COVID symptoms? Most of the health offices in the district are not spacious enough for the RN to have both an isolation area and the usual space to tend to daily injuries, illnesses, etc. Next comment, Jennifer Summer. Our children's education is a necessity and they deserve a safe place to return to the classroom. We can't allow our children to suffer because of adult hysteria. Offer an e-learning option for the minority of parents that are not comfortable with in-class learning. Next comment, Hillary Reif. As we look to the fall in some form of remote learning, I feel there's an opportunity to streamline district staff and teacher communications. Let me start by saying I feel our district staff and teachers do a great job communicating. However, as a working parent with 2 students in District 205, I can easily receive plus 200 emails a day, work and personal combined. Per student on a weekly basis, I typically receive a principal's newsletter from a generic mailbox, occasional ad hoc principal updates, individual teacher updates, PTA updates, district communication, and program updates, reach, band, sports, clubs, room parents, etc. One quick and simple solution would be to include the school name in each communication. This would allow parents to quickly and easily search for all communications received in the last X days versus searching 14 email addresses and or subject lines and still feel like you potentially missed something. I would also think this would reduce redundant questions the staff teachers receive when parents cannot find the one email that included something about XYZ. Thank you for your time and consideration. Next comment, Regina Rodermund. I am concerned about the lunch times if District 205 decides to return students to the school buildings for a regular school day. Not only am I concerned about the safety aspect of our children taking off their masks in proximity to each other, I am also worried about where they will be eating lunch and who will supervise lunch. I'm assuming that in past years, the district has hired outside staff, gotten parent volunteers, and or had teachers supervise lunches. Since the ISBE has stated that less than 50 individuals should be in a space at one time, I am also assuming that students will need to be spread around the buildings more and more and need more supervisors than normal. Does each building have space to have students a safe distance away from each other with masks off? Since the CDC states that limiting face-to-face contact with others is the best way to reduce the spread of the virus, is exposing students to additional outside staff or parent volunteers a safe solution? Since Illinois school code requires teachers to be given a duty-free lunch, the length of a school lunch, but not less than 30 minutes, and teachers may not want to risk additional exposure to the virus by volunteering to supervise lunch when children will have their masks off, is having lunch at school really a safe choice? I hope that if the plan that is presented to the board this evening is a school day that includes students eating lunch at school, that the board will seriously consider both the health and logistical ramifications of that plan. Furthermore, I'm concerned about students in reach. What further supports will they be given? If a child is out sick, will they be out for 2 weeks automatically? What will the rules be about students wearing masks? If my child wears a mask to protect others, what safeguards will there be to ensure others will wear masks? Thank you. The next comment is from Sarah Kaltvet. As a neighbor of Emerson School and a District 205 taxpayer, I was dismayed when D205 removed 12 mature oak trees and started excavation on a detention basin without notifying or considering an impact on the adjacent North Growl Woods neighborhood. Runoff from Emerson School and West Avenue have contributed to increasing flooding in the area, and it comes not just from the parking lot and west of the school, but also from the east and south. A channel has formed in the lawn south of the school where water runs across it, and the area is wet for days after rain. All of this drains into our neighborhood, causing property damage. I would respectfully ask the board to direct staff and their contractors to consult with the Growl Woods Flooding Task Force and City of Elmhurst engineers to develop a comprehensive stormwater runoff management plan for the area. District staff were invited to a recent meeting of this group but declined to attend. We would like to see D205 be part of the solution, not the problem. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment is from Amber Casper. Although I was in support of the kids going back to school 5 days a month or so ago, my feelings have changed with the uptick in cases nationwide, especially as many families seem to be traveling to high-risk places this summer. E-learning did not work well for our family, but my children's safety and the health of our teachers trumps that difficulty. I believe that until we have this under better control, I don't think we can return to business as usual. I do think it would be nice to get to know the teachers in small groups outside at the beginning of the school year if possible. I think connection makes remote learning more successful. I would also be up for helping to coordinate small pods of children to do remote learning together, especially during the months they can be outside versus inside, as being outdoors seems safer. Next comment, Leslie Stetton. As an educator, I find it crucial that families have the option to go back to school full-time. I am in support of many area plans that have given the option for full-time in-school learning and full-time e-learning. I have 2 students who have dyslexia. E-learning did not support their needs as learners. As a special teacher and parent in the district, I don't think you can serve all of the district's students' needs through e-learning, and many special needs students are getting further and further behind. In everything, we mitigate our risk. The benefits of in-school learning far outweighs the risk. The next comment is from Holly Kraus. In-person instruction is needed in 2020, 2021. A hybrid is a less desirable option. Social emotional learning is a vital piece. Teacher instruction must be required in any type of hybrid online situation. Required online meetings so students can have face-to-face computer interaction via classroom needs to be planned for. We can continue strong education in D205 as this pandemic continues and changes. York needs in-class instruction to be the goal and priority. Next comment, Ron Pretzi. I believe our children should be in school full time. They need to be in class and learn in person. School provides the proper learning and social habitat. We need to come together as a community to ensure our children get the education needed to achieve their goals. I think it is very important to get these kids back in the classroom as much as possible this fall. Both of my kids in different District 205 schools struggled with the e-learning structure this spring. I do not want them to fall behind even more than they already have from the spring e-learning setup. I like having the option that some districts are doing to either A, 100% e-learn, or B, 100% in the classroom. If not, then some type of split in-classroom virtual class system. Let the parents make the decision for their own children. Set up cameras in every classroom for virtual classes for those that choose to stay home. E-learning was a joke, and I feel like I can say that having a child at ICCP that actually e-learned this spring and two kids in District 205 that have pretty much been on summer vacation since mid-March. Some of these kids need to get back to the classroom for one reason or another. Mine definitely need to get back in the classroom to some extent this fall. Next comment is from Lenore Kranov. I am desperately hoping both my middle schooler and freshman can go back to school in the fall full time. We have not traveled all summer, have no pre-existing condition, and quite frankly, feel comfortable with a more normal schooling. We as residents of Elmhurst pay a premium for this area. Under that umbrella is an expectation of quality schooling by professionals, not a computer or me trying to supplement. Please hear my voice and concern. My student needs the structure. Next comment, Karen Kane. I wanted to express my opinion about what is to happen at the start of the 2021 school year regarding in-person versus distance learning. As a parent in District 205, I feel we should begin the fall semester in a virtual learning format for everyone. The science on social distancing and mask wearing is clear, and I feel both of these things are going to be too difficult to implement in the elementary schools. Social distancing is not possible in our classrooms, and the risk is too great if a school was to have an outbreak. At the very least, I don't see how we can open schools at full capacity if restaurants, gyms, etc. are only able to operate at 50% capacity and are currently driving the spread of the major upward trend we are showing around the country. As much as it pains me and everyone else, I think we have more work to do before we can put these kids back in school in the traditional format. Next comment, Kelly Smith. I am hopeful that we will all have the option of either sending our kids back to school or choosing to keep them home with e-learning. It seems that our town is very divided on this decision, so please give us the option to choose what works best for families. Next comment, Vanessa Lomely. Remote virtual learning with live interactive Zoom with reduced classroom lesson times, no homework. DePaul Prep had a lot of success with this. Next comment, Ivana Kucherzova, sorry if I said that wrong. Kids need to go back to school. They need socializing and good education. For those parents that are still scared, they can do homeschooling. Virus is here just like other viruses. We need to be careful, but have to go back to our lives. Next comment, Narissa Hudson. In addition to the reopening plan, I am curious about the plans for students on IEPs. Will there be additional assessments provided to reestablish goals? And what is the contingency plan for when we may need to quarantine? Next comment, Janet Cheng. I hope that the district will have an option for 100% online learning to start the year, which will include instructor-led learning online with a smaller group of kids, less than 10 per session for a good 3 hours each day. Teachers should proactively communicate with parents in terms curriculum so we can help with learning outside of online learning. Given the current rise in COVID cases, we do not want to go back to in-person learning to start the school. Next comment, Marianne Kearney. I feel that if the numbers indicate it would be safe for the kids to attend school, then the district should attempt to do so. I do not feel that remote learning is very effective for most families with working parents. I feel that if we are stuck with remote learning, then there should be more interaction with the teacher via Zoom. There needs to be more interactive instruction and not just completing online assignments. Next comment is from Greg Zirkis. For online schooling, why can't teachers do classroom work with WebEx, BlueJeans, or Zoom for each classroom? Schedule each classroom in students' calendars daily so this is repeatable and consistent. Online testing. Is this being looked at closely and is it being planned for implementation? Next comment, Janine Sika. I think there should be half in-school instruction and half e-learning. Students would attend a half day of school, either morning session or afternoon session in person. The other half would be done at home through e-learning. In between sessions, the classroom could be sanitized. Next comment, Amber Casper. Although I was in support of the kids going, I think this is a duplicate. If somebody could just double check that one for me, but I think I read this one already. But yeah. The next one is Kyle Agronick. Thank you for taking the time to read and consider this comment. I'm writing in support of starting the year with full remote learning for all schools in our district. Any alternatives, such as having all students return to school or utilizing a hybrid model, will only increase the risk of the virus spreading in our community. Given the lack of data regarding how the virus may spread in a large group of children, as well as the lack of any study on the lasting effects the virus may have on the younger population, we need to be as cautious as we can in making decisions regarding the upcoming school year. The safest decision is to start the year with full remote learning and continue that way until there is a deployment of a vaccine. As a teacher with 15 years of experience, I know how important it is to see my students face to face. I also know that the relationships developed between students have an immensely positive impact on a student's behavior and ability to learn in class. However, the risks right now for in-person instruction are simply too great. There will be a time to return to our normal routines, but unless we can guarantee that our students and children will be safe from the virus, that time has not yet come. As an educator, I also worry about my own well-being, as well as that of my colleagues and their families, should my school choose to return to any form of in-person instruction. There are teachers, administrators, support staff, and many other staff members in each building who may be at risk themselves or have family members who are at risk of suffering from the virus. The lives of these people and their loved ones should carry the utmost weight in the decision-making process. The only way we can ensure the protection of our students and staff is to use completely remote instruction. Next comment, Robert McCowan. I have several concerns about opening at all and questions I would like you to answer. What steps will be taken to ensure elementary students stay 6 feet apart and do not hug or share toys, give each other gifts or drawings, share pencils, etc.? What measures will be taken if children do these things? Will they be disciplined for being children? If you plan to discipline children for these things, how do you, as experts, expect that to affect their social emotional development? If a child is sad and crying, what measures will you be able to safely take to comfort the child? If the child cannot take off their mask and cannot get a hug, will you allow my child her cell phone to call me if she needs comfort? If my child needs help with a problem, how will they get that help while still keeping social distance from the teacher and not being singled out to the class? How will you ensure each student wears a mask correctly? Will students be sent home for refusing to wear a mask? If every single child does not wear a mask at all times, would parents be able to sue for negligence if their child contracted COVID-19? What monetary assistance would the district provide if a child fell ill and was unable to obtain treatment? What steps will the district take when a parent sends a COVID-19 positive child or any sick child with symptoms of COVID to school? What social emotional support will you be providing for children in the event a classmate or teacher dies from COVID? What is the district's plan to explain to children, particularly in elementary school, their exposure could be the reason their parents have fallen ill? The next comment is from Sherry Romano. Please get them back in school. The next comment is from Jeanette Lancelotti. I feel the kids need to be in school as much as possible for their mental and social health. Remote learning should be minimal, especially at the younger grades. If there is remote learning, it should be as academic as possible, not busy work. Maybe that can be the time that they do apps like the Zern, Khan Academy, etc. I feel the kids need routine and would do their best going to school 5 days a week. But if that's not possible, then maybe it could be 5 half days per week. Next comment, Michelle Barkley. We would like our girls to go back to school full time with precautions in place, masks, hand sanitizers. Health and safety come first, and being in school, getting the education our tax dollars provide. E-learning was not what we expected. We do not want e-learning for the future. Don't feel it was executed to its fullest. Thank you. Next comment, Beth Plummer. Kids need to be in school full time, especially the middle school and high school kids. It's not normal to keep them home. If they are made to stay at home and e-learn, they're going to go out with friends after school and on weekends as they are doing now. Why don't we let the high school kids have a say and vote on this? If a parent is so concerned of getting COVID, give them the option of e-learning. We can't teach our kids to live in fear. It's going to screw them up. Friendship and social interaction for kids is the most important thing for them, especially after the scary summer we have had. Next comment, Mark and Deanna Emmerich. We live in a neighborhood to the south of Emerson, Growl Woods, and have been for 19 years. In the past 8 to 10 years, we have been inundated with overland stormwater that comes from Emerson's and city property during large rains. The amount of water is enough to create a pond that encompasses 3 front yards and the end of the street on Ferndale and is easily 2 feet high. It often reaches a point that it creates a 3 to 4 foot wide river between houses and completely surrounds houses along the way. The flow works its way through the neighborhood to River Glen. We had heard last fall that there were possible mitigation efforts for Emerson's north side flooding to be put in place in the next couple of years. We asked that they consider helping to mitigate the overland stormwater that comes to us from the south side as well. To our surprise, work started in the spring, and we as a neighborhood were not informed of the project. It is at this point that we learned that Emerson drains drain into our neighborhood. Due to our flooding issues and concern about the impact Emerson's detention pond can have on our neighborhood, we have now formed a task force, the North Growl Woods Flooding Task Force. Please refer to our Facebook page for pictures of the flooding. We understand that City Public Works has been in communication with the project engineer to advocate for some of our concerns, but we have had no response to our letter and request to meet with school district and project representatives. The detention pond has already been tested with some rains, and we have seen the muddy construction water work its way through drains, culverts, and land into our piecemeal storm drainage system, which consists of a few pipes, includes an open culvert, which is directly in front of our home, and leads to an open stream between houses leading to Salt Creek. It's not a comprehensive sewer system. The majority of the neighborhood depends on culverts and swales for stormwater conveyance. Now we see that if the substantial detention pond overflows, it will overflow into backyards and a neighborhood that does not have a comprehensive system. In addition, the pond drains into our small stormwater system. With all the city's restrictions for even a mere patio being installed, dry wells, and permeable bricks, I'm beyond disappointed that an area that has been complaining for years about flooding and the lack of a sewer draining system that is prevalent and standard throughout all other parts of the city, that our neighborhood was not even taken into consideration when plans were being made. This seems to be a very selfish mood in thinking the school board doesn't have to follow the same guidelines it requires their own residents to follow. We are kindly asking for a meeting with school district representatives and an Emerson project engineer to discuss our concerns. Next comment, Meredith Vogel. Kids need to be in school 5 days. You can do a shortened day, but trying to do a hybrid approach does not work for 2-person full-time working households. Students with IEPs cannot be expected to be successful by obtaining their hours through Google Hangouts and remote learning sessions. It's not sustainable. Give parents options to opt out, figure out your numbers that want to opt in for a full day, and access how the district can successfully maintain social distancing. Use the gyms as pop-up classrooms, be creative. We've all been creative in the business world. We have all flexed and have been successful. Let the community participate in this solution. Let us help you come up with innovative ways to make this work. I asked to participate in the solution during the May survey and was never contacted. Lean into your community and let us come up with a plan together that allows students with the flexibility to opt into a 5-day classroom experience. Next comment, Leslie Davison. I do not believe the benefits of opening up schools during a pandemic that is by no means under control is worth the risk to students, teachers, and their families. It is a sacrifice and a major inconvenience to many in our community to not have in-person schools. However, we are in a public health crisis that warrants the sacrifice and inconvenience to prevent further spread and devastation to our community and to our country. This period of intense sacrifice and inconvenience will come to an end. A vaccine, better treatments, and mitigation measures will combine to allow us to return to a world where it is safe to open up schools. Until that time comes, we need to do our part, and that includes avoiding unnecessary risks like the super spreaders that buses and schools could turn out to be. I know this is an unbelievably difficult decision, and I do not envy you in having to make it. I thank you for your time and devotion to our students and teachers. Next comment is Mary Oler. I have lived in Growl Woods for over 21 years. As a neighbor, I was dismayed to find trees removed and heavy equipment on Emerson property with no notice to the impacted neighborhood, no communication. We learned that the detention pond does and will drain into our non-existing stormwater system. We do not have a regulation storm drainage system. It is overland flow with culverts, swales, and rivers between the houses and maybe 2 pipes in the whole area. In recent years, the increased flow has increased the flooding in Growl Woods. It is coming from Emerson School, West Avenue, and Emerson Circular Drive. The recent rains have tested the system. Brown muddy water raged over our streets and between our houses on lawns to Salt Creek, raising concerns in the neighborhood. I would respectfully ask the board to direct their staff and contractors to consult with the Growl Woods Flooding Task Force, City of Elmhurst, its engineers, and neighbors to develop a comprehensive stormwater system for all impacted areas. We respectfully ask for communication to Growl Woods neighbors over your current plans. We hope that D205 will become a partner in the communication, development, and solution to the area concerns. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment, Jill Giorno. Whatever decision you make, be sure it's one that uses science. I'm liking the idea of 2 days in person and 3 days remote. My only concern is the way the teachers do the remote learning. Please give them the resources they need to make it as successful as possible. Next comment, Paul Stetton. The initial purpose of this lockdown in March, when there was a lot more unknowns, was to flatten the curve in order to avoid overwhelming hospitals. It was not to completely stop the spread of the virus or wait for a vaccine. The spread cannot be contained, and there's a high probability there will not be a vaccine. And I personally will not inject myself or my kids with a vaccine that is being rushed through approval. The death rate from this virus has come down since the initial phase and is extremely low, even compared to the flu. Refer to Texas state stats. Doctors also have more effective treatment plans. As a taxpayer who contributes $13,000 to $14,000 to schools alone, I will not accept e-learning as it is useless. My wife is an educator, and we have seen the effects of e-learning on our 3 children. They struggled to learn new concepts, and our youngest, will be a 6th grader, had to be sat with every day for hours at a time. We have 2 kids in high school with high hopes to get into more selective universities, and learning from home will definitely affect their goals. If we do not go back to full in-person learning, we are depriving the future of our country the opportunity for a quality education. Students will suffer now and for the rest of their lives. Every day we take a risk when we walk out the door, when we get into a car, when we take a newborn baby to its first family party, and someone has flu-like symptoms. The benefits of kids going back to school, which I am sure you are very aware of, far outweigh the risk. We need to learn to live with the virus, which means full school days and the return of all sports. Next comment, Joan Nels. Bus situation needs to be altered. More buses, less kids in the buses. Temp checks daily upon entering school, and then I'm okay with full-time school. Next comment, Natalie Escamilla. Why have we not done another survey since late spring? And a lot of things have changed, including an increase of cases. Why have you not sent out another survey? The Tribune just came out with a list of schools in the suburbs, and every single school is moving towards a hybrid solution. Are we doing the same? Will you be to accept responsibility for the possible deaths for student and staff if we go back full-time? Next comment, Virginia Aylesworth. Kids need to be back in school full-time for their mental health. Next comment, Rachel Richardson. Please reconsider the opening of in-person learning. Due to the current surge of COVID-19 cases around the country and Illinois, I believe it would be safer for students, teachers, staff, and parents not to be in school at this time. Thank you for your consideration, and please stay safe. Next comment, Laura Carolla. If either in-person or hybrid method is the chosen learning path this fall, will there be a 100% remote learning option that we can choose instead? Next comment, Abe Gamboa. Corporations are not yet returning to their offices in the city, and suburbs are at full capacity. Why are we risking the health and safety of our kids and those with whom they come in contact with? We should limit our collective risk while providing the best educational experience to ensure a better future for all. If in-person learning is approved, how will mask wearing and social distancing where possible be enforced and disciplined if not followed? In general, Elmhurst residents are not consistently wearing masks when they cannot keep 6 feet apart. Refer to Prairie Path, Park Playground, Spring Road, and downtown in afternoon evenings. Thus were we're concerned the students will not follow the CDC guidelines. If remote learning or hybrid is an option, can it be real time, i.e. teacher presenting over Zoom, WebEx, etc.? This will ensure the teacher can assess a student's progress and consistency of materials taught per class and grade, thus improving students' learning and maintaining a consistent schedule for the teachers. We appreciate your work on this complex solution and hope the resolution sides with the greater good. Next comment, Charisse Nicosia. Our kids need to return to in-person classes in some way, shape, or form. I am compassionate to the children that are higher risk, and maybe parents can be given an option for in-person or online. Next comment, Christy Smith. I hope we can have a solution that keeps faculty and students safe without putting the kids through extended social isolation. The classroom environment is an important facet of education that cannot be replaced by Zoom meetings. Also, as a working parent, I do not have the resources to educate my two first grade students at home. Next comment, Emily Leck. What is the plan for students with 504 plans or IEPs who may need more in-person instruction than what is being recommended? Will an individual plan that can include more on-site instruction be created with the parents and school team? As ISBE notes, this group of students should have extra consideration for in-person learning. For the students who may not be able to wear a mask for 7 hours due to disability or sensory needs, is a doctor's note sufficient? Will the child be able to be exempt or wear a shield in these specific cases? Generally, are you requiring students to wear masks outside? Will outdoor learning be increased given it's 15 times less risky outdoors? Thank you. Next comment, Pam O'Leary. Our kids need in-person learning. Teachers are essential workers and need to be teaching. So much is at stake. Our kids cannot mentally and intellectually recover from another year of online-only instruction under the best circumstances. Next comment, Tanya Sutter. Kids need to go back to school with the proper safety regulations. Next comment, Sarah Jensen. What technology investments has the district made to improve alternatives for in-person classroom education for the fall? I'm sorry, the next comment was from Sarah Jensen, and she also asked, what is the district doing differently to keep teachers and students safe through the pandemic and enrich the learning experience? Last comment, Jory Palmer. Can Conrad Fisher utilize some rooms at Holy Family since they are no longer? I need my daughter to be in school. And I just wanted to verify, did somebody verify that that comment was a duplicate?
Yes, it was.
Great, thank you. And that's all of them.
Thank you, Courtney. All right, just as a reminder, the board does not respond to comments at this time. Obviously, we take them into consideration, but we do not respond to individual comments. With that, we will move on to the reports and presentations section of the agenda. So the first item on the agenda is the 2020-2023 operational plan. Before I turn it over to Dr. Moyer, this is our operating plan with the priorities we're working on. We adjust it each year. It's a 3-year plan and focuses on learning, teaching, finance, and facilities. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Moyer to present the operational plan for discussion.
All right, good evening. Thank you. Just want to start by saying that this isn't necessarily a traditional 5-year strategic plan where you have a lot of frenetic energy at the beginning of the plan, set a bunch of goals, and then people forget what's in the plan. And at the end of the plan, everybody runs around and tries to find paperwork to verify that they've actually done something to address the goals. It's supposed to be kind of a something that is has some flexibility because of the rapid pace of change in the world we live in, and the need to be adaptable to where we set our priorities and we set some type of a benchmark of where we're trying to go, but we also present every year on the progress and then update the plan every year so that we always have a 3-year plan in place, but we also try to make sure that it's relevant and pertinent to our work in the event that things have evolved or changed a little bit. We're not stuck into some type of a obsolete document. So This year, and you can go to the next slide. The first part of this is just going to be to kind of set some foundation to review the vision, mission, and belief statements of the district. So you can go on again. We've used a different visual in the past, and this is kind of my initial shot of trying to capture where we're at with our current priorities. So we thought, or at least I thought and suggested, that the existing visual that we used was not quite as pertinent to where we're currently at with our work. So I just tried to put something together to capture some of the main ideas, although admittedly that might be edited a little bit, and we may work on this. But you see the vision and the mission, and we are trying to look at our work, whether it's the technology work that we'll talk about or the standards work that we'll talk about, with these four big ideas in mind, being personalizing learning for students and ensuring rigor in the curriculum, promoting student engagement and student agency, and then ensuring that we have high levels of formative assessment and feedback. So in order to do that, it's important to focus on standards. And we have social emotional standards, academic standards, and technology standards. And that is how we can make sure that we have articulation in our student experiences vertically with our grade level spans, but also across grade levels from school to school and teacher to teacher. It ensures that we have a guaranteed and viable curriculum. So when we talk about professional learning communities and we look at question 1 and we talk about what do we want our students to know and be able to do, it's the standards that guide that work. It's also the standards that guide the work around PLC question 2, when we have to try to ascertain whether our students have actually learned those things. We have to have assessments that have sufficient rigor based on the standards, and we have to be able to personalize learning based on where a student is at in his progression toward meeting those standards. When we talk about student engagement and student agency, ultimately the standards also help the students take ownership over their own learning as they become more and more self-directed, knowing what they need to do to attain the standards. So that is kind of an introduction to the major concepts. You could go to the next slide, please. And you'll see that we have our 4 existing belief statements. Those have not changed. And if you look at the words, those words were chosen very carefully when we worked through this initially a few years ago to really focus on the concept of all students, to be student-focused, to be growth-focused, to be future-focused, and to try to emphasize that as a professional learning communities organization, we are a learning organization, and that includes the adults in the organization. If you could move on again to the next slide. So the second part, we're going to talk a little bit about goals and outcomes. So if you could go, this is really, this next slide here is really the one thing that is kind of new to the process this year. And over the years, I have been trying to tighten up our process for writing SMART goals and having more specific outcomes in our school improvement planning process and the work that we're doing with measuring student growth. And we've had some different things that we've done along the way, like revising our school improvement planning process, focusing on trying to write better SMART goals. There's been some concepts that we've looked at from different organizations. District management group called it short cycle improvement goals. And we've encountered this concept here of 100-day goals. And we wanted to reflect that in the school improvement or 100-day plans. We wanted to incorporate that into the school improvement planning process and try to make that our way of trying to get the school improvement plans a little bit more focused on specific outcomes. At the same time, we had hoped to have a board retreat in the spring, and everybody knows about the spring. And at that time, we wanted to try to engage the board in taking a look at the work that's been going on in the district and trying to come up with some specific targeted outcomes for the upcoming school year so that we could structure our work around those, be it our measurement system, but also our resource allocation, our professional learning, all of that. We work on that. And in fact, we actually start that a lot earlier in the previous school year for the following school year than people might realize. But when that didn't happen, we still wanted to find a way to create some greater focus. And so what we did is we shifted gears and decided as a district office that when we went into our June administrator retreat, that we would model the process that we wanted our schools to follow by establishing some 100-day plans for the district. And then their school improvement plans would make sure that they are consistent with these three plan focus areas. And if you'll see, what they focus on should not really be news to anybody. Everything in the plan really is an extension of work that has been ongoing. So we're not trying to switch gears. We're just trying to go into greater depth, and we're trying to make improvements. And we think that these areas will be things that will specifically impact the student experience. So that's why we made them the priorities. The first one is to strengthen our professional learning communities by moving away from question 1, which focuses almost exclusively on curriculum, and making sure that our teachers are spending sufficient time on questions 2, 3, and 4 that focus on assessment, interventions, and extensions. And so we'll be monitoring the work of the PLCs to try to ensure that they're making that shift in their practice. Then the second goal has to do with our standards work. There's a concept called power standards, which has to do with identifying the standards. And there's a link in there if you want to read a short synopsis that leverage the learning experience in 3 different ways that help you identify how to focus your curriculum efforts and your instructional efforts. Not all standards are necessarily created equal. So we want the teachers, we've been doing some summer standards work, and when we come back with our remote learning professional learning days, we want to narrow the curriculum in a way that that we need to do this year based on the circumstances that we're dealing with. And we want teachers to do this work very intentionally and then develop personalized learning pathways for students where they strengthen their interventions and extensions for all of their students based on the power standards that they identify. And then the third one has to do with technology. And what we want to do, and RJ and Scott are going to be working on this with our principals and our instructional coaches, and in other ways, we want to try to increase our teachers' capacity to consistently integrate technology into their classroom practice. And we don't view technology as a driver, but we do view it as an accelerator. And we think that if we learn to use it in ways to do things that we can do better or not at all without it, that we will actually promote rigor and personalization and feedback and student engagement in more sophisticated ways. Now, those, because they're 100-day goals, will be for the first semester, basically for the first semester, and then we would revisit them and we would come up with 100-day goals for the end of the year. And I'm anticipating, for example, in focus area number 3, that the goal will have something to do with improvement based on Eric Scheninger's visit to the district in April over his baseline visit to the district last year. That would be one example of where we would take these concepts that we're focusing on first semester and then get into some more tangible outcome related things by the end of the school year. Another example would be with focus area number 2, for example, is we would expect to see some of the student growth data from the teachers based on the power standards that they select. So, so that's the concept of 100-day plans. And if you go to the next one, we have some district KPIs. I just want to review what those are. Those haven't changed in a while. And I would suggest that if we do move forward with some type of a board retreat for a planning process for the 2021-22 school year, where we can sit down and do some of the things in a retreat format that we were not able to do this past year, that one possible approach would be to start by looking at these KPIs, determine if we believe that they're still relevant to us, if they're what we want to measure, and then work on coming up with some metrics to try to determine what we accept as evidence of success. And then we could establish some specific outcomes related to our KPIs. One of the things that I think we should consider moving forward into the future is that I really do believe that revisiting the idea of portrait of a graduate will be a good way to come up with a system that is holistic and honors the whole child and individual talents of students, and still recognizes what the community would value as what it wants for its graduates. If you move on, the Learning and Teaching Council 3-year plans. If you go to the next slide, we developed 3-year plans in each of these areas, and you see the ones that have 100-day plans associated with them are bold-faced. Now, as this plan evolves in the future, if we do a similar process that I described, where we end up getting to some outcomes that the board would like to see, many of these things describe some of the work that we've been doing, and I would imagine that they would no longer need to be part of an operational plan in future years. For example, once we have a refined MTSS system, that is essentially part of our ongoing operations. That's not really something that you would write a goal around, but it is a priority for us to get that in place right now. Dual language is a program in all-day kindergarten after the construction project. When that's fully implemented, they're in there because we're recognizing that they are things that that the learning and teaching department is spending time on. But I would envision maybe having some type of a section on instructional priorities or philosophies or something like that that addresses some of the things that that we currently have addressed in different ways, so that the plan actually gets shorter and more focused as we keep moving through the process. If you go to the next slide, we have developed, kind of 3 areas that we focus on: the learning, and then the financial, and then the master facilities plan. And the idea is that we want to establish the infrastructure of finances and facilities to support the learning, but we always want everything to be structured around supporting the learning. We don't want to establish priorities in and of themselves that are solely about bricks and mortar, that aren't in some way connected to us being a learning organization. So if you look at the financial goals, in several years ago, shortly after I arrived, the board took a look at some organizational goals, and those are the 2 that are related to finances. And as Chris said in a meeting today, these are not audited numbers at this point, but we did have a good year. We did finish the year with a surplus, and that will help us moving forward, trying to deal with some of these unknowns. And so I think that we've demonstrated over and over again that we continue to be fiscally responsible, and that's something that I think the board and everybody should be proud of. As far as the master facilities plan goes, you'll hear a little bit tonight. Not much about the long-term projects, because most of it will be focused on the summer construction on a summer construction update, but that does include some of the initial projects like Edison and Bryan that we have started. And as we move through this, I would just reiterate, and RJ, you can move on and go to the following slide as well. I would just reiterate that we are on time and are on budget, and that although we're moving into design development and we don't have precise numbers at this point, the initial budget for the Lincoln design, we're looking pretty close to being spot on, and we're very close to feeling comfortable to take those plans out to share with the community, and that's the next big project on the horizon. So that's an overview of the operational plan and the information that is contained in it. And we would bring that back to you in August and ask you to approve it formally. But I do believe that this is something that should be pretty familiar to you without a lot of surprises. It should encompass a lot of the things that we've been talking about over the last couple of years in various different ways, whether that's formal board presentations or community engagement processes or whatever. So the thing that in the plan that we have built in is we have taken some of these key concepts and we have acknowledged where our equity work needs to come into play to support all students, particularly people of color. And so we do have statements in the plan that reflect some general information about where some of our work will begin this school year. But I did want to mention that we have very specifically begun some internal conversations. People may not be completely aware of that have to do with the high school and some money that we budgeted in the title budget, that we're going to begin some work with students and teachers at York this year to work on some equity and cultural competency to do some of that work. We have had some preliminary conversations with community groups and individual community members about establishing a community engagement process. I've had some initial conversations with our new assistant superintendent for human resources about establishing a plan this year to recruit more people of color into upper level positions in the organization. And we've also, although again, we've had to be so focused on the start of the school year, we are in the preliminary stages. I want to emphasize that, but we've also done some work with community partnerships, trying to identify some people in the community that will help us move this work forward. And I know Scott's been in touch with some people from Elmhurst College who obtained a grant. So we're beginning that work. And once we get the school year off the ground, we'll have the opportunity to spend a little bit more time to specifically advance some of it forward. Take a look at some of our curriculum practices and other things as well. So that's my report. That's the end of my report. And I think I'm trying to go back into the recesses of my mind here, but I think I hit all the highlights.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Moyer. Since we're virtual, I'll just call on each board member. If you have, question, comment, something you'd like to add. Karen, would you like to start?
Sure. I appreciated that we had an opportunity to discuss the operational plan before tonight's meeting, and so the key pieces for me I really like the 3 focus areas. There's a lot that we're doing, but it really, I thought that page, I think it's slide 6 days, that really covers how we're going to be doing our work and how it impacts our students and our professionals. And it gets, very clear there. The one piece that I know that that I'm interested in is for us to be hearing periodically. It's kind of like, this is what we're going to implement. This is at a 3-year plan, right? But as we get close to starting the new year, what does that look like? What are these areas on like slide 9, the major areas to support student growth, to communicate to us and to the community, what that looks like, that they can relate to as it relates to their students. And then how are we doing with the progress? So it's implement the plan, monitor and assess, and look at what professional development we need for the staff and what interventions and extensions we need for the students, and just, keep reviewing that cycle. So that's really kind of, I want to highlight that. I think that's really important, because then that keeps us all focused. It keeps us all communicating. It keeps us all clear about what we're trying to achieve. So I think that it helps with both in school learning, and it helps with remote learning, and it addresses what we're about, which is, as you said, adults learning through professional development, and it's all about the students' education. That's what we're about. But it keeps us focused on those things, and what are the gaps, and what do we need to do, and how are we doing? Because otherwise, we have so many things going on. I think that it could be hard for people to not see the connections, and I think that this really keeps it clear. And if we continue to talk about it in that way, then it makes it a lot clearer. Kind of my
Right.
overall
So
assessment.
I will make sure that we continue to keep those 3 areas out in front of the board in an ongoing manner throughout the school year, so that there's regular updates on what we're doing and how we're doing in each of those areas.
Okay. Yeah, because really, what we want to do, and I commend everyone who's been with the district over the number of years of us working together as a district, so that we can better deliver the consistency of education to all of our students. And I think that this is, the way to do it. So I congratulate everyone for, putting, not just putting this plan together, but all the work behind it, that you're ready to begin to do the work, or already are doing the work, I should say.
Chris?
Sure. So first, just a couple housekeeping things. I wanted to check in on Edison construction project as it relates to schedule relative to planned opening date for school, and then also the other summer projects. Get a sense for how we're tracking, how much buffer we have for those projects in terms of their expected completion relative to when folks will be in those buildings.
So in Todd's report, I think that you will have most of that addressed. And I know that Terry Fielden from ICI is also on the conference tonight, on the meeting tonight. So I think that Todd's report will cover that.
Okay, got it.
Are you okay if we just take care of it then? Okay.
Happy to defer until then. I think otherwise, as it relates to the operational plan, I think, I agree with it in principle, as we've discussed. I think the the main thrust of what we're trying to do is help more kids learn at a higher level. And excuse me, my dog is making himself heard here. The wonders of remote participation. So I think that's what we're shooting for long term. But I think right now we're going to have gosh work with a lot of kids that probably have fallen behind their normal track from the remote learning process that we experienced last year. And I just want to encourage, admin and all of our staff to embrace that as a challenge to try to help our kids get back to where they should be, because they're probably below the trend line as a result of what we've all gone through late last school year, excuse me.
And I think that you'll see that concern will be reflected in the focus area in the 100-day plans, the first one on PLCs, the second one on standards, as well as the work that we're doing to strengthen our MTSS system across the district.
Yeah, understood. And then last one for me, I think, as it relates to the assessment for determining what kids the district feels require intervention, I think that assessment process is probably more complex than it has ever been. Many kids in our district will likely require intervention of some type. And I think it will be a challenge to determine which ones are appropriate for those programs. And so, I hope we don't make those decisions based on data that existed, when these kids were last in our buildings. And that we incorporate the social emotional aspect of their needs and hopefully an updated view on their academic performance, which will probably take a couple of weeks to get. Because I can't think of a time where the world has changed more rapidly since we last had these kids in our buildings. So I just would encourage us to all be humble about, our ability to determine who has a need for intervention and who doesn't, and to take a thorough approach to that.
Nikki, I believe that you are going to get into some of that when we talk about the Open D205 plan. Am I correct in saying that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm happy to wait for those comments. That's all I had.
Sure. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Courtney?
So I just had two comments. So I sort of echoing what Karen said. I think it is really important component of this operational plan to have those key performance indicators in place to measure whether or not we're on the right path. And I think that's something that has been lacking in the past. And I think I just want to applaud the work that went into getting those indicators into this plan, because without them, we can't judge whether this is a good plan or not. So, and we've talked about this in a lot of different areas, but I really want to applaud the fact that these indicators are in the plan now. And as Karen mentioned, me personally, I think the board would like to hear regular updates. And I think those 100-day markers will help with that, because quite frankly, I don't want to, it to be May or June and then hear, wow, everything we planned on failed, right? It's the indicators, those 100-day indicators will really be helpful with that. So I really like that part of the plan. I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page, the board, the district, the administrators, in that, when you break down the goals or the function that's supporting student growth from, year 1, year 2, year 3, if it doesn't get accomplished in year 1, I just don't want us to fit a round hole, or what is it, a round, whatever, peg into a square hole. I feel like I'd feel comfortable if we all believe that these were sliding scales. This is going to be, we keep using the word unprecedented, and somebody should come up with another word, but that's truly the only word I can think of to describe what this school year is going to be like. And so if we don't get to all these things, I just want to make sure that we're not going to column 2 for the next school year and just starting there without completing what has to be done in the framework and before we get to step 2. That's just really what I want to make sure is going to happen.
If I could, I might put your mind at ease a little bit, or I might not, but I'm going to try.
It's a roll of the dice, Dave.
The purpose of the way we do it this way is to try to provide some of that type of flexibility so that we review where we are when we build out, the following year's plan. And so we always have that benchmark of where we're trying to go, but we try to be somewhat flexible in terms of being able to make adjustments if we think we need to. And I'll just, and we've done this before multiple times. We even did this earlier in the year when we shifted some of our focus actually in October. We minimized some of our focus on the 6 C's and elevated some of our focus on the standards. And we actually did that on the fly a couple months into the school year. But when we implemented the new ELA curriculum the first time several years ago, we had some issues with that process. And so what we had to do was we had a cycle of taking a look at some of the other areas, and we pushed all that work back a year, realizing that we needed to put some things on hold. And we even did that a second time and readjusted how we wanted to take a look at standards, at the next generation science standards with the science work when we were struggling to find the resources that we thought were appropriate. So I do think that we've done that, and I do understand why you think we need to be extra sensitive in this particular environment to make sure that we're open to the fact that not everything may go 100% according to plan. So that makes sense.
And let me be clear. I would not view that as a fail, right? I think the fail would be rushing forward without being complete in this first step. So I would completely understand, given everything that our educators and the district's going to juggle, if we didn't get, to full through that first year plan. But yeah, no, as long as we're all on the same page about that, that's all I have.
All right, thanks, Courtney. Margaret?
Yes, first I want to say thank you for a very comprehensive plan put together. A couple of comments here. One, I want to make sure we emphasize the point that this is a living and breathing plan, that it will be adjusted, it will be reviewed, it will be updated. I think that's very important for us to all have that in our mind. And the second part in there, I too echo the idea of monitoring and the importance of monitoring. I also would like to challenge us. We didn't have the opportunity to review the KPIs this year, as Dave mentioned, due to COVID-19 and other circumstances. But I would like us to consider our KPIs and take a look at it, because again, those KPIs that were put in place at that point in time may have been appropriate, but we might want to expand our KPIs, particularly when learning from some of the issues that we have faced this year in regards to testing, assessment, as well as the importance of being college and career ready in a diverse world. So those are some of the challenges that I think we might want to consider in our KPIs going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Margaret, just to build on that, and actually Courtney's mentioned it, and Karen, Dave, I believe in our normal board calendar of when we talk about things, we have a conversation regarding KPIs in October. Am I right? And you give a report?
That is usually when where we present the school improvement plans, and Mary Ann summarizes the data and connects the KPIs with the state report card and some of those kinds of things.
Okay, so would that maybe be a good time to dig into those KPIs?
I think it would be, because it would give us enough time to adjust and begin a planning process. And then, based on what we determine, I think be able to revisit, maybe in a part two where we actually try to determine some specific outcomes that we want to see for the following year based on what we agree to with the KPI. So I think October would actually be a good time, and it would give us a chance to get through some of this initial start of school stuff, which is, as you all know, been pretty all encompassing. So I like that general timeline.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to interject that while that had come up. Jim?
In general, I agree in concept with the plan. What makes me uncomfortable is the KPIs. I really suggest that whenever the timing is appropriate, we have that board retreat and we take a deep dive into the KPIs, because that is the most important thing that a board of education does, is evaluate the success of our education system in our town. And we use those KPIs to do that. So I think we need a deep understanding of what measurements are available to us, and then as a board decide what's important to us. And I think that requires some time and some thought to put together. So maybe you can clarify this for me. If you're looking for a vote on this plan, does a yes vote tie the Board of Education to these specific KPIs that you presented as the measure of success or failure of the school district?
Well, for this school year, all of the metrics and everything that we have used and presented, based on a lot of the stuff that we present in October is based on the previous year's standardized testing or other performance measures that we use. So the goal, I think, would be to plan to use that to plan for the following, for the future work. I think that we've put into place the professional learning plan for this year. We've done a lot of, we've committed to various different resources. It would be a little bit difficult to change too much midstream. Not that we wouldn't make the normal types of adjustments in our practices if we think that we need to, but I mean, this plan is really for this school year, and in my mind, I think it would be difficult to do this process in the fall and try to adjust in a couple month period of time our work to get outcomes that we determine. To me, that would be more of a plan to establish our KPIs and then establish the outcomes we want, so that we can develop the plan for the next year to target and support those outcomes.
And when do you think we could have that discussion about KPIs for the future?
I think that October would be a good time.
At the regular board meeting, or a special meeting where we can focus just on this most important thing that the board does?
No, I think that it would need to be, the way I would see it is it would be a regular retreat type format.
Okay.
We would have to spend like a morning, like, a 2.5, 3 hour type program, workshop, facilitator, working people through data sets, those types of things I don't think that that's the type of thing we could do at a regular board meeting.
I agree. I think by not having that retreat this year, we missed an important opportunity.
That's probably true. I think that I would have liked to have seen it myself. I certainly am. I don't disagree.
All right. I'd just like to see a very high priority put on that.
Anything else, Jim?
No.
Thanks. So maybe we'll try to do a special meeting right after we get the update KPI presentation. So we've seen all the what's in place, and then we can dig into the next year.
Yeah.
We can
and
look- yeah.
I also think that, Kara, in your planning for that meeting, solicit from the board each individual member's ideas about what they'd like presented to them during that KPI planning session. You know, and what each board member wants to see. I mean, I'd personally like to see all of the available data that we can sift through, and as a board determine what's important to us.
Sounds good. All right. Okay, so who do I have left? Beth?
Yep, Kara, just one short comment. Just the fact that all these things kind of echoing what everyone is saying, I think that these all focus on work that has been started or been ongoing for the past year or two or longer. And I'm pleased that now we'll be able to really hone in on these really important areas. As you said, Dave, dig deeper into them. And it'll be nice to hear more about the progress. And as Jim said, to analyze the outcomes and be able to assess where we're at and if any adjustments or modifications need to be made. So, looks good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, and then I just wanted to add that, you know, the goals number 1, 2, and 3, you know, they really are what is going to be required to get the 2021 school year off the ground, right? Like, everyone's got to work together, got to see where kids are and assess them and decide what kind of interventions and extensions are needed, laser focused standards, and then really a personalization of learning, because this is going to look different this year. And we don't really know how it's going to look. So I just am glad we will be able to get some data and feedback from those goals. And is it reasonable for you to report on the progress? Well, maybe I should ask, what's reasonable for you to report on the progress of those to us?
Well, there's a couple different things. So Marianne, we've got our second summer retreat on August 4th, and Marianne's in the process of developing some tools to monitor this work. We would be able to report early in the fall on some of the things like those tools, those monitoring tools, the professional learning that we're setting up around technology. We would be able to report on some of the power standards that were selected, or we would be able to show you some initial information early in the fall about where we're at with the first goal on moving to questions 2, 3, and 4. And we could, the goal would be that we see progress. And then, so we would have some in-progress things that we could do throughout the fall. The idea, I think, would be that we would come back in January and present sort of the ultimate, where we ended with those 100-day goals, and then present to you what we believe would be appropriate for the second set of 100-day goals to guide our work through the rest of the year. And then we would do kind of a similar process on, sharing updates, and ultimately have a final report at the end of the year. I would imagine you would be able to receive updates in an ongoing manner. I don't know that you would be able to start to see some numbers till, maybe a little bit, the first meeting in October or so might be the first time we might be able to share some actual initial data about what we've done and where we're at.
Okay. That sounds good. All right, if there's nothing else, then we will move on. Thank you to all of you. I know that while Dr. Moyer presented, the administration, cabinet members do a lot of work this plan. So thank you to them. And I think we're ready for the next agenda item.
Well, I would just want to echo what you said. I mean, they work really hard and do all of the well, not all, but a great majority of the work to, you know, facilitate the professional learning and to set up the teacher committees or the other things that we do, the actual making these things happen. There's a lot of people involved, and the principals have to lead the work. And so it is appropriate, important, and appreciated that you acknowledge, you know, all of the other people that are involved in the process.
All right, so now we're ready to item B under reports and presentations, which is Open 205, a plan for health, safety, and rigorous learning for the 2020-2021 school year. And before I turn it over to Dr. Moyer, I, clearly, based on public comment, there are a lot of thoughts and values and different perspectives on this. And I just, as we begin this conversation, I think it's important to take a pause and acknowledge the challenge of this moment. We are one community, and yet with varying needs, fears, and considerations during this health crisis. And the 7 of us on this board share many of the same fears and challenges that our fellow community members have, and are tasked with the responsibility of safely providing a high quality education to all our students. So I personally have yet to find the right vocabulary word to adequately describe the weight of these decisions that we're carrying. And so I would just ask that as we have this conversation and you're listening and you weigh in after, and there's opportunity for you to ask questions, via feedback and emails. We just ask for understanding and maybe a little grace for all of us as we try to safely provide the high quality education we know that our community values for our students. So I'm going to, turn it over to Dr. Moyer, who will present the plan. And then after the plan, I know that all of us on the board have lots of questions and comments and concerns we want to ensure are being thought about. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Moyer.
Okay, so the plan, if you go to the next slide, the plan, we're gonna present this in 4 parts. We're gonna kind of share some preliminary foundational information, or I will rather, and then I will turn it over to our committee chairs who will present the specific elements of the plan. So we started out, if you go to the next slide, we developed a planning committee, and you can keep it on this slide for a minute. We developed a planning committee, and we had 4 committees. We had the Instructional Core SEL Committee, the Operations Committee, the Stakeholder Communications Committee, and the Resources Committee. And each of those had some objectives associated with them. And then this steering committee kind of coordinated the work. There were a lot of different things that went into it, from monitoring all of the updates from the state and national organizations, and communicating with other school districts about what they were thinking about doing, and looking at other states. And so it was a pretty intensive, work. We took into account parent surveys and student surveys from the spring in the planning process. And what we did, if you go to the next slide, is we ended up with 78 people representing all aspects of our community. And we had the steering committee began meeting later in May. And then the individual committees began meeting shortly after that. And several of those committees actually split up into subcommittees to manage the work. It was very intense. And we did not get any information from the state until June 23rd. And the information that we got was fairly, it still left a lot to the individual school districts to construct their plan, although I will share a little bit about what the state guidance is in a minute. But we had to start with something to organize our work. So we took a look at the district managed group model and used that as a starting point. And then we encountered Jefferson County, Colorado's plan, which we liked the way that that was formatted. So we tried to use that as a way to organize the information that you, as a reference anyway, of how we organize the information that's in our final plan tonight. Now, that being said, this is a kind of a high-level guidance document, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done between tonight and the first day of school in order to plan for all the specific building level logistics that that we need to accomplish. And the information in the plan is based on the best information that we have available to us right now. But it's also constructed in a way that will allow us to pivot and move quickly and to be agile in our approach, because we anticipate that there are many things that are going to be beyond our control, and we're going to need to be able to adjust to that very quickly. And so if you go to the next slide, these are the foundational beliefs that guided the work of the committee. The first one related primarily to health, the second one to social emotional wellness, the third one to academic progress and needs, and then the final one to all of the legal considerations that we had to take into account. And so if you go to the next slide, then this next section will just be an overview of some of the state guidance, and then we'll get into the specifics of our plan. So the state has strongly encouraged in-person attendance, especially for the younger children, and as well as for special learning populations of students. And so our plan reflects that. You see some of the other guidance that is in the plan, such as clock hours of attendance, also allows for 5 blended remote learning days to be used throughout the year. So you'll see later in the calendar recommendation that we're recommending that we use 3 of those at the beginning of the school year and push the first day of school back to August 24th. And then masks are required. And so that will be reflected in our plan, as will the space considerations, which primarily come into play at the upper grade levels, but also have to be taken into account in everything that we do. And so we are looking at the ways to manage those expectations as well, as we go into the next step of, getting into the specifics a little bit about what the things that the buildings need to do to manage lunch, or to manage pickup and drop off, or the traffic flow in the buildings, and what hallways people use or stairways people use. We are expected, if you go to the next slide, to try to preserve social distancing as much as possible, where possible, when possible. There is a recognition that in some situations we may not always be able to preserve a perfect 6-foot social distancing expectation. And so all of our plans are taking that into account, that we are going to try to do that whenever we can, acknowledging that there may be some times where that's not going to be perfectly able to be adhered to. There are daily wellness checks required. We'll go over some of that in a bit. And actually, we'll go over most of these things in detail here in a little bit. I do want to touch on the IHSA because that's not really reflected or addressed a whole lot in our plan, but it is on a lot of people's minds. And so recently, the IHSA moved into phase 4 of its plan, which allows for workouts to be more sport specific and increase the group size from 10 to 50. But there's still no contact. They can do some sports specific drills, as I mentioned, but they did put some stricter parameters in place that were required of them in order for the Illinois Department of Public Health to bless their plan. And so they have not, the IHSA has not committed to what it's going to do with fall sports at this point or activities. There's talk about some of the activities, for example, potentially being virtual if it's a type of activity that can support that in that format, that they would adjust some of the things to allow kids to do some things that interest them, only it may have to be in a different way. They're considering several things, and quite frankly, they don't know what they're going to do. I do think that at this point, as much as we would love to see our athletes out there playing and all of our students participating in the things they love, whether that be marching band or choir or anything else, that some of those activities where there are more health concerns in play than others, I think that where we're at in this country currently and the likelihood of getting to the governor's phase 5 does really make much of that unlikely for the fall. But I will say that the IHSA has not specifically offered forth any kind of plan about where, how it's going to proceed. So if we go to the next slide, I am going to, at this point, turn this over to Chris Welton, and he and members of his committee and his team will share with you some of the information on the health and safety and logistical considerations that we have to do to get school off the ground.
Thank you, Dave. First, I want to make sure that I thank the operations committee. I'm very grateful. They were a very hard-working group, 12 members of the operations committee, and we were represented by Madison Early Childhood Center, the elementary schools, the middle schools, York High School, the special ed department, the food service department, our bus company partners from First Student and Cottage Hill, the facility department, the technology department, and of course, our head nurse supervisor, Jen Conwell. And we're going to turn it over to Jen to talk about health and safety protocols.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I am just going to identify some of the key components that are underlying the health and safety procedures that we will have in place. As already mentioned, face coverings are required. This is a requirement for a student to get on a bus. The face covering has to be in place, and before any staff, student, or visitor are allowed to enter the building. For the next point is the symptom screening, and school districts are allowed to have parents self-certify their students before the student leaves home and begins the process of getting to school. And the self-certification is a symptom screening, including a temperature check at home. And we are in the process of working on an app that parents will be able to complete that self-certification in that way for each of their students in their home. At Madison and Transition Center, we are planning on doing on-site temperature screenings in addition to that self-certification process for those particular buildings. The social distancing we've talked about a little bit. The environment is going to be modified to reflect the social distancing practices that we are going to have in place. We're going to use visual aids to students, markings throughout the building, floor decals, a lot of signage to support students, do a lot of education in this area as well, and implement these to the best of our ability throughout each of the school settings. The next area is the personal health and hygiene practices. These are those practices that we can do every day that include hand washing, those things like not sharing personal objects, not touching your face, and maintaining your face mask in place, how to wear a face mask appropriately. All of these practices are things that we're going to be emphasizing with students, providing a lot of signage and education on how to do these things effectively to create a safe environment as possible as they're interacting in the classrooms and in the other settings. One of the key things that there's a lot of question about is how are we going to handle students when they are symptomatic, or how do we help students identify when they should not be at school? And there's a couple pieces of this that are going to fit together. We have the self-certification process, which we've already talked about, and we will have wellness visualizations as students are coming into the building or as staff are coming into the building. If there is someone who doesn't appear to be well, the nurse will see that student, and we're going to have education with the parents to really enhance our stay-at-home illness procedures. So we've taken the CDC and IDPH guidelines in terms of the symptoms that are related to COVID. We've built those into our stay-at-home procedure. Going back to that self-certification app, those symptoms will be built into that app. So starting with the at-home, if there's a symptom present, then the app will inform the person that they should not come to school for the day and that they should seek medical evaluation. Similarly, within the school setting, we have an RN in every building, which provides us the opportunity to be able to thoroughly assess students and identify if they need to go into an isolation area. And we will have specific procedures that identify how that process is going to look, how teachers will pull into that process so that when students are in the classroom, how the classroom and the nurse can really communicate when those situations arise. We're in the process of identifying isolation areas in each school, and we will have written procedures associated with how those rooms will be used. And we're really relying on information that we get from our local public health officials to guide us in that process. We are having a lot of communication. As mentioned earlier, guidance is constantly developing, and we are looking for a lot of those tools to be provided to us in collaboration with DuPage County Public Health. I think we can go to the next slide. So this area again goes to that the stay-at-home requirements, all of the requirements built into that, in addition to what we've already had in the past. We've enhanced that, and we are also reviewing all of our attendance procedures. In District 205, the nurses are heavily involved in the attendance process, so we have direct contact and communication with parents on an ongoing basis. And we're enhancing the information that we're requesting from parents and staff to report any symptoms of illness that might be concerning that, and that they would need to then seek further medical evaluation. As ISBE and IDPH are requiring, we have a tracking process that we've used in the past to track other types of communicable diseases, such as seasonal influenza, and we are building in the COVID-related monitoring, tracking associated with that. So taking a tool that we have and building on that. Again, working with DuPage County public health officials, we have an ongoing relationship with the Communicable Disease Reporting Department, and we are continuing to build on that and really liaisoning with them throughout DuPage County. All of the school nurses are working hand in hand with that. So we build everything in a really consistent and standardized way. I think one of the things that I would just like to mention is that as the guidance constantly changes and we get further interpretation of how we can best implement things within the school setting, we want to maintain some flexibility so that we can modify our practices and procedures accordingly as more information is known about how we should be doing things. And so we will continually collaborate with the public health officials in all of our procedure development. I think that sums up the primary health components.
Thank you, Jen.
Mm-hmm.
So now transportation is on the next slide. We had both First Student, our bus company, our regular education bus company, and Cottage Hill, our special ed bus company, working on the operations committee on our transportation plan. And all individuals on a bus must wear a face covering. And we will have no more than 50 individuals on a bus at one time. As we said before, students will be required to do self-certification before boarding a bus. And sanitization of the buses will be completed daily or between uses on all of our buses. An IEP or 504 teams will determine individual transportation needs for students who require special accommodations. District 205 will be suspending our paid access to transportation bus program. That is for our middle school students where space was available on buses if within 1.5 miles. That program is going to be suspended for the school year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Todd Schmidt, our facility director, to talk about the custodial and the maintenance.
Yes, with this custodial, we're going to be following all the CDC, ISB, ISB, IDPH, and the DuPage County Health Department guidelines out there. The biggest thing that we're going to be using, make sure that we have a disinfectant that's approved by the EPA. This is going to be our standard cleaning disinfectant that we're going to be using throughout the day in anything that we use, and we'll also be using it in our electrostatic sprayers that we have for school-wide disinfection. We have handheld electrostatic sprayers in all our buildings. York has 6 of them. Plus, I have backpacks that are high capacity, one at each middle school and one for the high school. So we'll be using that to disinfect frequently the high touch surfaces and then going through and doing a total disinfected cleaning of the buildings either early in the morning or late at night, depending on how the schedules work. We're also going to sit there and put a bottle of this disinfectant in a spray bottle in each classroom, along with some microfiber wipes. We're also going to put a bottle of hand sanitizer in each classroom. We also purchased additional hand sanitizer stations that will be mounted to the wall and freestanding throughout the buildings. Each building, we have a lot out there right now, but we're going to add anywhere from 6 to 12 to each of the elementary schools and around a dozen or so at the middle schools. And York, it's probably about 2 to 3 dozen we'll be adding out there. We do have a lot out there. We're going to be shutting down the drinking fountains. We're going to be let the water bottle filler stations be active. We're looking at purchasing some more of the water bottle filler stations out there to replace some of the drinking fountains in the building throughout the area, and then we'll sanitize those as needed. One of the things based on the schedule we look at, we try and to cover the additional cleaning by running some overtime with our daily people, bringing our lead custodians earlier in the morning to do some disinfecting and cleaning, taking some of our second shift, bringing them in to maybe help out with some of the lunch duties, and also potentially looking at some outside services or an outside vendor to help fill in those gaps of those areas that we're not able to accomplish. We're also going to suspend all our rentals inside of the building, obviously for cleaning, disinfecting purpose, to make sure that we don't have rentals going on in the building where it's going to prohibit us from making sure that the building is safe for the students and staff in the morning. Next slide, please. On our maintenance, the biggest thing we're going to do here is we increase the ventilation out there. A lot of our systems, we bring in only ASHRAE recommended outside air into the building to make sure we circulate the air in the classroom, in the gymnasium, or whatever room is in there. And we put it at the minimal damper settings for outside air, because when we bring that outside air in, we're going to have to condition the air, either heat or cool it. So what we're going to do is we're going to override our systems and bring in additional outside air. If the dampers are set at 10%, we're going to go up to 20, 30, 40%. Each room is going to be a little bit different, because if we start bringing in a lot of outside air, some of these univents and these older units that we have in the building will be loud, and it'll be disrupted to the classroom environment. So that's a case-by-case basis. So as we start bringing in more outside air, we're going to increase the frequency of our filter replacements. Right now, we do it 3 times a year, summer break, Christmas break, and spring break, but we'll probably be looking at doing that every other month. We're going to start our buildings an hour before to flush out everything, to make sure everything's working, make sure the buildings are cooled down. The one issue I do have is obviously with York. It's still going to be an issue since we can't turn that system on any sooner than we already do. And if possible, provided it doesn't provide any issues for the students in there with allergies, pollen, and things like that, we'll open up the windows where we can for additional ventilation out there. But the biggest thing we're going to try to do is make sure we're circulating a lot of outside air in the buildings and still maintaining the comfort level inside of the building.
Thank you, Todd. So as far as lunch is concerned, lunch will take place in groups of less than 50 students. Face coverings must be removed during eating, so we must maintain 6-foot distance between individuals as much as possible. Hand hygiene must be performed prior to and after eating a meal or consuming any food items. And each school will provide an allergy-free area. Areas where students consume meals will be thoroughly cleaned and disinfected between groups and after meals. And all items will be provided to the students in lieu of students serving themselves.
Great. And at this point, this is Kevin Rubenstein, and I'm going to talk about opening of school plan and school schedules and instruction. And I got to oversee the social emotional learning and instructional core committee. And that was a committee made up of 58 team members, and I want to thank them all. We actually broke up into several different teams. So a scheduling team that really took a close look at the schedule and what that should look like. A remote learning team that continues to meet and work on remote learning and make that the best and most appropriate that it can be for the district. Learning and assessment team, the student and adult social emotional learning team, and really making sure that the needs of our students and their social emotional learning needs are at the forefront of what we're talking about as students come back to school here. And then a diverse learners team that was really taking a look at our students with disabilities, our students with English learning backgrounds, and other needs as they come back to school here in the next month. So with that, if we could move to the next slide. As we were looking at scheduling, there was some guidance that came through from the State Board of Education that talked about all students should be provided with in-person instruction to the greatest extent possible. The State Board of Education, their guidance to us was that a high priority should be placed on providing in-person instruction for students with disabilities and students with EL backgrounds. We should also consider prioritizing in-person instruction for students under the age of 13. And then districts should develop procedures to ensure 6 foot physical distance from other people as much as possible. And really, those last two, when we asked further questions of the State Board of Education for some further guidance about which should be prioritized, if we should prioritize physical distancing versus bringing back students under the age of 13. The clear guidance from the State Board of Education has been to make sure that we bring back the students under the age of 13 in the situations where possible. So if we could move on to the next slide. So given that, in the early grades, we believe that all students can be in school safely. And the current plan as of today is to reopen all elementary schools and Madison for in-person instruction, with a couple of different caveats there. So any parent or guardian of a child can choose to have their child educated remotely. And there will be more information about how to do that at the end of this presentation and about our next steps in terms of communication. As we talked a little bit about earlier, all students must wear a mask or other face covering during the school day, with the exception of when eating lunch or when outside. We also want parents and families to know that should the spread of the virus necessitate greater social distancing, or if there are changes in the guidance from the Department of Public Health or from the State Board of Education, parents and families at the elementary grades and at Madison should be prepared to implement fully remote instruction or a hybrid schedule. And we've outlined the hybrid schedule that has been developed for the elementary grades there on the screen for people. So that would be utilized only if the need arises, or if further guidance from the State Board of Education or from another state agency came through to say, in a couple of weeks that we needed to do this. Or if the spread of the virus got so significant that they told us now we need to increase our social distancing or our physical distancing and decrease class sizes. And so we have that, and we want to make parents and families aware of that right off the bat so that you are aware of that. Moving forward to the next slide and talking about scheduling at middle schools in York High School, which is a little bit more complicated. So at the elementary grades, where students are a little bit more stationary during the day, middle schools in York High School, students move around a little bit more. And we really believe that that's an important part of the experience that students have in middle school and certainly at high school. And so with the present guidance on social distancing, combined with the mixed groupings, we really believe that all students in 6th grade through 12th grade will experience a hybrid schedule, with some instruction being provided in person and then other portions of the instruction being provided remotely. Again, there are going to be several caveats. The first part there is that any parent or guardian can choose to have their child educated fully remotely. The second part is that anytime any student or person really enters District 205 building, they're going to have to be wearing a mask or other face covering, with the exception of when they're eating lunch. And parents and families should still be ready to implement a fully remote requirement. So moving on to the next slide there. To talk a little bit about what it's going to look like at the middle schools in York High School. So we're going to have pretty much two groups of students. So if you're a group A student, you'll be coming for in-person instruction on Monday and Tuesday, and then you'll be remote on Thursday and Friday. If you're a group B student, you'll be in person you'll be remote on Monday and Tuesday, and then in person on Thursday and Friday. Our Wednesdays are gonna look really exciting for our students and for our teachers and for our families. So we've got some options there related to intensive intervention and programming. Some notes that we want to have for everybody there about the remote instruction is that all students are going to be provided with a minimum of 5 hours of instruction when they are on remote, to include in-person, synchronous instruction via video platform. So we're still working out the contract right now with Zoom, Google Hangouts, etc. Some of the remote small group work via breakout, some teleconferencing, and some other options there.
Okay, I'm literally on deck, so can you guys like not distract me?
For remote small group.
Sorry, we have a little COVID situation at my house happening. I can share that with you at another time. Sorry.
And so we've got that going on. So we've got the 5 hours of instruction going on. And then if we want to go to the next slide, where we'll talk a little bit about scheduling at middle schools in York. So on Wednesdays, we're working with the principals and the building leadership teams about what Wednesdays are going to look like. So option one there is to really focus it on academic and social and emotional programming. And so what that would look like would be that we would, to Chris's point earlier on, we would be doing some universal screening at the beginning of the year to assess students, to make sure that we understand where they're currently functioning related to their academics. We would take a smaller group of them and invite them into the building, whether they're an A student or a B student, group A or group B student, back into the building on that Wednesday for more intensive interventions, and really focus on programming on those students on that Wednesday. Another option is some grade level focused programming. So for instance, at York High School in August and September, we may focus some programming on our first year students in like a freshman learning academy, for example, and really meeting the needs of students in their first year. As we move into October, we may be working with students in their third year as they start to work and really focus on life after high school and some college and career options and what that looks like. In both of those options, we would be bringing in between 25 and 33% of the students from both of the groups into the buildings. We would really need to focus on contact tracing, and attendance would certainly be required for all students on that day. As I said before, the building leadership teams and the principals are working through that option right now. And all teachers would be working with students in one way or another, either in the building or remotely. So I think that it's really an exciting option on that Wednesday for our students and for our families. The reason that we have that in there is for a couple of reasons. We wanted to make sure, first of all, that we were providing a consistent schedule for all of our students. So if you're a group A student, we didn't want to have you coming in on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 1 week, and then just Monday, Tuesday, the second week. That's the first part. The second part is that we always need to have the option and the ability to, if we need to do a more thorough cleaning of the building, because of the spread of the virus. We need to have a day to be able to do that in the middle of the week between two groups. And so this will allow us to do that in a more thorough way. And so those are the two big reasons that we did it. And we think that it'll allow us to bring some of the activities that may be lost from the afternoon and evening into the school day to allow for students to be able to participate in some of our college counseling, some of our other activities that we may have been losing there. I think that I have one more slide here, which is on the next piece here. I had one more slide. One of the other pieces that I wanted to talk about is the Transition Center. And so the Transition Center is actually going to be coming back full-time 5 days a week, just like the elementary school. Again, with some caveats, our parents and families there are also going to opt for fully remote instruction. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that because of the fact that the students who are working at the transition site and learning at the transition site are often out and about at work sites and learning in the community, they require an additional piece of contact tracing. And so we have to really work with our community providers to make sure that the community is safe for them and that when they are coming back into the building and those sorts of things, that it's really safe for everybody. So we're going to be really working with our parents and families of students who are in transition at York Transition Center to make sure that that's safe there. On that next slide there, as we talk about the calendar, there are a couple of pieces of calendar information. We mentioned this a little bit before. So with the passage of that public act there, school districts are allowed to have up to 5 blended remote learning planning days. And so as such, we're recommending that we take August 19th, 20th, and 21st as three of those 5, which means that the first day of school will now be on August 24th. There's an unrelated change in state law that requires all schools to be closed on Election Day on November 3rd. And by October 16th, 2020, the school district will announce a plan for using the remainder of its remote learning planning days during the year. So that is it for my section with the calendar. And next up is Nikki with Learning and Assessment.
I do apologize.
Before Nikki gets going there, I was a little late on the trigger with turning off my mute function there to introduce Kevin. So I did want to thank Chris and his committee and make sure I was able to thank them for their hard work and everything. And so I just wanted to, before we had too much time pass, jump back in there. So Nikki, go ahead, and as you'll see after Nikki, Scott will be next with some additional information.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks, Kevin. Kevin stated it very well, but we do, Kevin led our whole team, but we had many different subcommittees that met, and we have been meeting all of July. And I just want to thank, and I can't name everybody, there's been many people, but we want to thank everybody for their time and attention and giving up some of their summer hours to assist us with getting the year launched. And I do apologize for not having my mute button on earlier, a little drama at the Tamaru household, which I'll save you from. So prior to COVID, we did have already a focus on the standards and for personalizing learning. So we got a little bit lucky there because I think the situation leads us right into the need for that. We know that we're going to have an environment which will be challenging for all of us. And it could be either remote or hybrid or fully in person. And, that could vacillate, day to day, and we just don't know. So we have to plan for all of those different environments and still provide a rigorous and engaging learning experience for our students. And we've heard our community and our Board of Education, and we ourselves want to provide that personalized learning. We want to provide a rigorous instruction for our students. And we want to make sure that our students have an opportunity to have some face-to-face instruction with their teachers on a daily basis. So the learning assessment team has come up with 3 key points. The first one is that we do want our schools to partner with our students and our families to support our students regardless of what environment they may be in on a day-to-day basis. So we have solidified one-to-one devices for all students. We had one-to-one devices for our 1st grade through 12th grade students, but we did not for our EC students and our kindergarten students. So starting in the 2020-21 year, we will have one-to-one devices for all of our students. So our goal those first few weeks of learning and in-person instruction will be to teach our students to use those devices independently, so that if we do or when we do go into a remote learning environment in the future, they are able to better access those devices on an independent learning basis. We're also working on creating curriculum maps and prioritizing our standards, to Dr. Moyer's point earlier, focusing on those power standards to make sure that we're communicating what those prioritized standards are to our students and to our parents. Our second key point is that we will support our educators for planning instructional needs with their professional learning and the resources and supports. So to your point earlier, Mr. Kaczynski, we are looking to move our assessments online to the greatest extent possible and provide that way that we can use that information to provide our students with the feedback that they need and are looking for to personalize learning for them. We're also going to be utilizing our institute days, our professional learning community time, and our late arrivals to make sure that we're identifying learning gaps and incorporate the missing skills while still making sure that we're teaching our students grade level standards. We don't want to start the year and try to fill the gaps. We want to make sure that we're focusing on the current grade level standards and then incorporating the learning gaps into that teaching and learning so that we don't have those gaps get larger. And then our 3 key point is that we're going to make sure that we're supporting our educators to meet the student needs regardless of what environment they're working in and provide professional learning opportunities for them. So we've been working over the summer, Scott, RJ, and myself have been working with the coaches. We've been working through our subcommittees. We've been working on the learning and teaching team to make sure that we're creating opportunities for teachers to have more personalized learning for themselves on how to teach in a hybrid model, how to teach in a remote model, and how to engage our students when they're face-to-face, but yet have to be socially distanced. So how do we still make sure that we're incorporating those high leverage learning strategies such as workshop model, small group instruction, one-on-one instruction when we know that we still have to safely socially distance. Making sure that we're providing feedback to students in all 3 environments so that they know where they are in their learning progression. Making sure that we're setting up those classrooms safely to make sure that we're keeping kids and staff as safe as possible, and meeting the social and emotional needs of our students. And I think that takes us into our next slide.
All right. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. Thank you for your time tonight. So I'm going to be talking to you about remote learning and the opening of school plan related to that. And I want to start off with a little bit of a reflection on the spring. And I think we have a real opportunity to learn from what we experienced with the spring as it relates to remote e-learning. And for context and some awareness for everyone, our approach involved the development of what we called a plan for continuity of instruction. And what that did was that allowed us to outline expectations with some supports as it relates to continuing to deliver academic support as well as academic opportunities for our students in the face of COVID. And not to relive the moment, but I do want to emphasize that that was a different time, and obviously this is changing day by day, but we were completely out of school. The plan was developed in a matter of literally days. Folks left oftentimes not knowing what was going to happen next, and there were limited resources with them in hand. So I think it's important to kind of think about what we were able to accomplish in that short amount of time, and I think that presents even more opportunities for us to improve upon the experience that we know we can do better on. The instructional planning to date has involved collaboration with other school districts. We have several opportunities across the district in which we are working and collaborating, pulling from and adapting, and oftentimes admittedly stealing from other districts to see how we can make it better and improve upon it. We've had various committee members, as you've heard tonight, and we've also been heavily rooting our decision making in some of the survey feedback that we had in May. So back in May, we had surveys from 828 students in grades 6-12, 1,441 parents in grades EC-12, and this was when we were fully remote, so there were no in-person opportunities. And in that setting, fully remote, we had some various responses to the experiences with remote. 52% of our parents and 61% of our students reported feeling like it was going well or very well, or that they were satisfied or very satisfied. Some of the highlights included technology support and feeling like needs were met immediately, as well as teacher communication as areas of strength, with almost 90% of our respondents expressing some satisfaction in those areas. One very clear opportunity for us to improve was around personalization. We had 36% of parents and 48% of the student respondents stating that instruction was personalized to meet the students' needs. Related to that, we do an annual survey, and without any anticipation or knowledge of what was ahead, we did ask the staff, if we were to be remote in the fall or any time in the future, what did you learn from this experience and what do you need more support on? And one of the things that is related to that call for personalization was also called for by our staff. And there was a direct request for utilizing more resources to help students that are struggling academically and emotionally, as well as socially. So those desires, that need to continuously improve and be innovative is there. And I think it's felt not just by the students and the parents, but also by our hardworking team members as well. So where do we go from here? So we have between now and August, at the August board meeting, the current plan is to share the finalized remote learning plans now that we have a schedule in place, as well as some instructional guidance with scenarios. Nikki alluded to the planning out of plans that really will take into consideration multiple scenarios. And I think that will be a very strong outcome for us in the face of the amount of unknowns. And for the faculty, one of these outcomes will involve a handbook. So shifting from the plan for continuity to a more handbook approach that's actually stemmed more in actual resources and supports versus just the guidance. 3 emerging elements came out of our current planning. Those were engaging learning experiences for students, professional learning experiences for staff, and organized systems for students and parents. Again, that was from both the survey feedback as well as the remote learning subcommittee input. If you could please go to the next slide. So in the areas of engaging learning experiences, what can and will this look like potentially for our students based on the different scenarios we may be facing with COVID, as well as potentially changing restrictions on a state or further level? In terms of engaging learning experiences, we are looking at building out a real blend of opportunities for the students. So this can involve synchronous live instruction to the fullest extent that we can. It may involve pre-recorded models, so more of an asynchronous model based on potentially the grade level or the amount of in-person learning that's taking place. We also want to build in whole class engagement opportunities. Keeping in mind specifically in grades 6-12, if we go to an A-B split, there's a hopeful future opportunity for these students to reunite as one class. And we want to make sure that there is that chance for interaction as well throughout the year as we hopefully get to that point of being back to some state of school as we used to know it. To get to these engaging learning experiences, as we have mentioned so far, we do want to focus in on those remote learning, professional learning days, as well as professional learning throughout the year to really make sure that we have things like data for our teachers, and so that when we are in-person learning, there's not a catch-up scenario from when we were out of class. So for example, in that AB model, we want teachers to be able to maximize the time when the students are with them. And we're hopefully looking into ways to build out data and assessment together while the students are out, so that when they're together, it's even more impactful and personalized. We also know that we can do better with technology tools and really building out ways for those technology tools to increase engagement, both in the class and out. And then also lesson planning came out. This was also reflected in the survey responses, specifically around pacing and also the degree to which students were doing different types of projects while they were out of school. So all this said, one of the key things that also has been mentioned from all stakeholders is the concept and the need to focus in on making sure that these remote opportunities are equitable. One key change that is worth mentioning tonight is the difference in grading. In the spring, the state guidance shifted to a much different approach to grading, in which the traditional grading as we knew it was not the case. That is not the case right now with the most recent guidance we've received. The most recent guidance includes a return to traditional grading, but we know that certain families and certain students will need to have modifications. They'll need to have some considerations made. So we want to make sure we keep that in mind as we move forward. The other piece here is a balance on the amount and quality of learning experiences for the students. There may be parents that choose to be completely remote, and we understand and respect that. And we want to make sure that you have quality learning experiences if that's the path that you take. And from a professional learning standpoint, this is likely going to look like the build out of potential schedules and sample structures for our staff to utilize and know of in advance, to make sure that their planning is as little focused on the nuts and bolts and is more focused on the students. So some of the sample work might involve building out sample scenarios and schedules that teachers can pull from in order to meet the students' needs. The other piece of mentioning is the 5 clock hours that has been mentioned, I think, once so far. And there is a guidance piece within ISB that students will need to receive at least 5 clock hours instruction or schoolwork. And we're working on making sure that that's high quality and that that's engaging and obviously personalized. Personalized is the key word that was mentioned throughout most of the survey responses. The last third item there is organized systems for students and parents. That might involve streamlined tools, new locations, maybe even the research into a learning management system based upon the amount of time that goes into potential changes related to COVID. But we want to make that experience as streamlined as possible. We want to limit things like over emailing, and we're working on learning again from that spring experience to make it as least disruptive for not just the students, but also the parents. I think that wraps up the remote learning.
All right, so now we turn it over to Bev, and she will close it out for us and talk about some of the future communications, initial ideas about future communications that we're expecting over the next couple weeks.
Thank you. Good evening to the board, to the community, and to my own colleagues. I appreciate the opportunity to present the stakeholder engagement and communications portion, the last person on the 4x4 of this experience tonight. The D205 Communications mission is really surrounding a couple of different key points. Our job is to inform, to engage, to assist, and then to uplift. And never before, as has been said, this is an unparalleled moment. Don't remember any time like this in my over 20 years of being in school communications. However, there are a great many lessons that we've learned over time that can help us and assist us during this time. As indicated through the feedback that we received coming into the meeting and public comment, we're all sharing a common fear and teetering between that and trying to be hopeful as we're trying to move forward. So our job in communications is to develop that communication pieces and increase school and community engagement for parents, for our staff, and for the community at large. RJ, if you could go ahead and move me through. Within that, you know that there are several methods that we currently employ and one new that we'll be adding. Our external website is going to expand to include a microsite called the Open D205 portal, and it will include all of the information that we collect during, even tonight, through this process, web presentation, also the plans. There will also be an executive summary of the plan. For those that have seen a copy of it, it's about 40 pages in length, so we are going to condense that into the highlights and high points. All of that information will be housed on that Open D205 portal, which will launch this week. We'll continue with many of the traditional things that you have known us to be communicating and using. E-newsletters, videography. We'll also be using our video and our text just a little bit more because we're trying to morph and respond to this moment, as many of the traditions that we've held and perhaps held some kinds of or pieces of communication tools in abeyance and held those back for emergency times. We're going to have to bring those out and allow some of that to surface and really help us expand what we do. You can go on, RJ. Again, using social media, making sure that we have our responses prepared for the media and using our local and our regional media just a little bit more. Again, voice and text will also be employed so that we can help parents stay and staff members stay up to the minute and current information. Moving on. Essential for parents this week. What are we going to be talking about? What are we going to do? I've already mentioned that we are going to launch the Open D205 microsite, but you can also expect this week a communication from the district on, and it will come in a different form, written. There may be some incorporation of video, but there will always be translation for our most essential populations so that they are certainly included in our communication loop. We will start and host on the microsite a frequently asked questions link and communication thread so that we can keep that updated as we get more questions in, such as what's happening with athletics, what's happening in this particular portion of the plan. We will have all of that listed along with that full plan, but bulleted out in a frequently asked questions portion. If you can go on. All right. Future communications, what will be coming up? Helping our principals develop building plans with leadership teams and communicating out to our local constituents. We will also have a little bit of survey pieces coming out for you to our parents to really gauge where you are in terms of opting in for remote learning. For those that are bus eligible in terms of riding, is that a consideration for you or not? So that will be coming out later this week in terms of a survey so that we can gauge some of those responses. Making sure that the class rosters are established and disseminated. Making sure that we're also communicating with our partner groups such as the Park District, Rec Station participation, making sure that we really have our hands in all areas of the community so that we can support our parents, support our students as we're going along this journey. And most certainly it will change, it will morph, but communications is that common thread that will allow us to stay nimble and agile as we're moving forward. Dr. Moyer, did you want to add anything?
Well, I think that you covered it. The main thing that I guess I would like to emphasize is that people are going to have to understand that some of this information may evolve a little bit, which I said as part of my introduction, and that, you know, your initial communication that goes out tomorrow will be followed up with some of the communication on remote learning and busing on Friday. And then we're meeting with some of our principals. We've got a couple meetings scheduled over the next couple of days, and we will, further solidify our next steps. And they will begin working with their building teams and other groups across the district. And as there is additional information to communicate, all of those means that you suggested are part of things that people can expect. But I want to make sure that people know that your communication tomorrow is going to be a little bit more introductory, that they should not expect, all of the building level specific information immediately, that is something that people will get over the course of the next couple of weeks.
Yes, tomorrow will most certainly be a recap of the plan, knowing and allowing the public to really have an access to that, again, that executive summary, so that they can break that down and have that at their own disposal. Also want to emphasize that we are going to assist in the organization of communication. We heard it in our feedback tonight that sometimes communications can run a little bit long when we're dealing with details in such magnitude, and also the frequency and just organizing communications on certain days, such as district communicates on Friday, building communication could be shifted to another day, so that we're not overly taxing people with the information. We want it to be useful and not to be a hindrance to them.
Okay, anything else?
That's all.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say thank you to all of you. The thought behind the plan and the detail that is in the guiding document is incredible. And the reality is, it's most likely things will change. That's probably the only constant. So I just want to start off by saying thank you, and then I'm going to I know everybody has some questions or things they want to make sure are clarified or highlighted. So I would like to start with Margaret.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Kara. I just want to echo the thank you. Thank you to everyone involved, the presenters, and everyone that was on the team. This is a very, very important and very, very sensitive topic. For the public comments, I lost track, but I think there were approximately 65 public comments specifically focused on going back to school. I also try to keep tallies of those who were in support of going back completely and those who were in support of remote, and they were all, again, almost equally divided. I say all of that because I just want to emphasize the challenges that are faced in trying to create one plan to accommodate all the very different perspectives. And I think this plan tried its best and was remarkably successful in trying to accommodate all of those different efforts. The one thing that I want to emphasize again is that we have a plan in place. It is a general plan. I know there's a lot of specifics that people want to hear that will be coming. Please give our administration time to get those specifics in. And I don't think my comments are in a more specific format, so I will take my own recommendation and wait to see what that communication, those updates, those frequently asked questions, all that information that will be forthcoming will provide us. And I will end it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Margaret. Jim?
I want to echo a lot of what Margaret said, but also point out that I'm very glad that this plan has a completely remote option for parents for their students, as well as an option to have students in buildings. And I think it does a good job of giving parents options based upon their perceptions and their beliefs about the crisis that we face. I do have some very specific questions based upon what I heard tonight. So if you'll indulge me, let me ask Todd Schmidt. You mentioned that you're turning on the air conditioning at York to bring in outside air as early as you're allowed to be. That I infer from that optimally you would be turning that on earlier to turn over the air and bring in more fresh air at York High School. Is that?
That is correct.
Yeah. And based upon, my knowledge of why you can't do that, that's because 20 years ago when we built York High School, we had that board had some budgeting problems and elected not to put noise suppression equipment, which is essentially a fence around the compressors on the roof of York High School. So
yes,
it is a pity that we, because of that mistake made 20 years ago and not corrected since, that we are putting students at more risk than they need to be. So Todd or Terry Feldon, based upon your knowledge, is correcting that, is that a 40 number, like $10,000 or 20 or 30 or 40? Is it a 50 number, like 100,000, or is it a 6-digit zero number, like $1 million to correct that?
We don't know that yet. We do have an acoustical consultant on staff right now working with all the new construction buildings that we're doing this summer. They are going out there to take some measurements so then we can look at the best way to correct that issue. So we don't know that number yet until we know how much sound we have to dampen.
Okay, I can't encourage us enough to, we have money in fund balance. We have kids who health will directly benefit by fixing that error as soon as possible. I encourage you to work as fast as possible to get that number to the board and get that project approved to put that noise suppression equipment on the roof of York, so that we can turn on that we can bring in more fresh air to York sooner in the day.
Will do.
My second thank you, Todd. I truly appreciate that. My second observation, why can't we take students' temperatures during the day? That doesn't seem to be in the plan. We have a registered nurse in every building. The equipment to these temperature guns are not expensive. We also have other people in the building, administrative people that are fully capable of doing that as well. Why is that not in our plan as a second line of defense, making sure that infected kids aren't in the buildings?
I can speak to that. Thank you for the question. There has been a lot of discussion among infectious disease doctors, webinars that have been presented on the topic in terms of the use of resources for temperature taking and the effectiveness of temperature taking, the equipment, infrared reading, and the accuracy of those temperatures. And there are a lot of factors that influence the accuracy of the temperature taking. Heat, sweat, if a student has ridden their bike to school, if they've been wearing a hoodie, all of those things can contribute to about a 15-minute acclimation of the skin to reflect an accurate reading. So That's one of the considerations. The other considerations is to decrease the impact on instruction time of getting students into the building in a timely way, as well as not creating bottlenecks and long lines of students outside of the buildings. So in consideration of all of the factors and looking at input from the public health officials that the self-certifying process would be appropriate, we felt that that would be the way to go. We are looking at options for supporting our families that may not have a thermometer at home through purchasing of thermometers and working through the principals and with those families to make sure that they have what they need in order to do that self-certifying process at home. We will be doing the visual checks as are coming in. And we also have the, we're going to be doing education with the teachers so that they know what to look for in order to get those students promptly referred if the need be.
And why can students' temperatures only be taken on their way in the building? Why can't we do it during the day as they're wandering the hallways?
We will be taking students' temperatures if there's a reason that we think that they, would need their temperature checked, or if they're reporting that they're not feeling well. That's, part of our usual process, whether it's COVID related or not COVID related. Does that answer your question, sir?
I have to say, I still don't understand why during the day we can't have a staff with a temperature gun taking kids' temperatures. I think the self-certification is dangerous and puts our kids at more risk than they need to be.
Okay. Thank you for that.
In that vein, Jen, you're
Mhm.
actually an employee of Elmhurst Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Do you think there is someone on staff, a board certified epidemiologist or infectious disease specialist, that could review our plan, make suggestions, tell us, maybe we're investing too much money in wiping down surfaces when this is primarily an airborne transmitted virus, and maybe have suggestions of other things we should include in the plan to reduce the possibility of spread?
We can certainly inquire if there is someone on staff at the hospital who would be willing to, is interested in partnering. In terms of the airborne disease transmission, it's spread through respiratory droplets, which is different than airborne. The respiratory droplets fall onto surfaces, and so that's where the wiping down and the cleaning and the disinfecting comes in terms of keeping those surfaces where the droplets might get onto as clean as possible. Airborne is a little bit different. That would be more where, like a measles transmission, it's a very different process.
Okay, I don't claim to be a medical professional, so I guess my terminology is a little messed up, but that's why I'd really like to have somebody board certified in that specialty taking a look at this plan. It only makes sense.
Okay, thank you. I will definitely speak with the hospital and see what the prospects of that would be.
That would be great. I know your head of your infectious disease department just had written a letter, had an article in the Elmhurst Independent. It was a great article. It seems like you might have somebody on staff there that could take a look at our plan, and I truly appreciate your help in that.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. And more details like, other big opportunities to spread this disease through things like choir practice. Those are those in the details that have yet to come out, what we're going to do with things like that?
I can address that, Jim. This is Kevin, and it is in some of the details that are going to be coming out. It's also in some of the guidance from the State Board of Education about how to handle our choir practices and then activities related to fine arts. There were also members of the team that were from the fine arts team that have been taking a look at this for a while, and we're continuing to work all options with regard to that so that the virus doesn't get spread.
Okay. Yeah, as those details of those practices come out, I'm curious to know them. But that's the end of my questions.
Okay, let's move on to Beth.
Thank you, Kara. Thank you all for your presentations. I know the community has been eager to hear the plan and the details of what they can expect for the coming year. And I know that this isn't just one decision that was very difficult that needed to be made, but it was pages and pages and pages of decisions based on every part of the school day. So thank you all for your hard work and careful consideration on these things. I really like too, as Jim stated, that there's flexibility within this plan, that that we have flexibility to shift if we move into a different phase in our county. And I feel like with all the work that's being done in professional development and that our staff is doing, that we will be able to, it's all going to be difficult. I mean, there's just no way around it, but I think that through everything that you're working on, we'll be able to shift from plan to plan if needed. So thank you. Also, the flexibility for families to make choices. It was very important to me. Everyone has a different comfort level when it comes to this virus, and this plan will allow everyone to make a decision for their child as to in-person or remote learning and what is best for them and for their family situation. So I have just a few specific questions, and I know that some of these things are still being worked on and you might not have the answers right now. So feel free to just let me know that. Just some things that I know people have been a little anxious about. So with these split schedules, will siblings be able to attend on the same days? Or will we work with families for their scheduling to make that happen?
Beth, this is Kevin, and I will try and address that question the best way I know how right now. Our current plan is that we are going to divide up the alphabet into as many equal parts as we know how. So we, as an example, if it divides evenly, this is just an example. I'm not saying that it will be this, but if the alphabet, splits evenly at A through H, for example, I know that that's not it, and because we have to include our students with disabilities and EL students in there, and we also need to know how many students are going to be on remote, those sorts of things, to include those in the numbers. So yes, to your question, if your students are attending the same school, then obviously the last name would necessitate that you would be on the same schedule. It becomes a little bit more difficult if your students are attending multiple schools throughout the district, and that's something that we are working on as we go through, that we will work our hardest to maintain some consistency there.
Great, thank you so much. So Chris, you talked about lunch a little bit, and I know there's still a lot of work and I'm sure ideas to be worked through there. But can you talk a little bit to what you guys are doing in the schools with more middle schools? Will you consider other spaces in order to have just time? Will there? I'm sure there's going to be multiple lunch periods, but how are you thinking that you might be able to make that happen?
Well, we're going to work with the building principals the building principals are going to be the big driving decision maker in figuring out the spaces for lunch that will work for them. And we're only going to have 50 in a space. I mean, there's lots of ideas out there. I don't think they've all. We certainly haven't figured out every space. We've talked a little bit about purchasing a tent for outside as an option. Definitely the big spaces are going to be considered for lunch, but we haven't worked out all the details for sure, but we will be.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And we will spread the students out so that it's more than 6 feet, so that we have social distancing when they have their masks off and they're eating.
Great. Thank you. And then, Jen, I just had one question for you. And again, I'm not sure if there will be a lot to say at this point, but I know we'll be working with the DuPage County Health Department for situations where there is possible exposure or a positive case. At this time, I know things change constantly, but are there any general guidelines that they have put in place for those situations in an educational setting? Or is it just more on a case-by-case basis still?
There are some general guidelines, and yesterday the CDC published updated guidance for schools, and they did identify a decision tree that we were able to see that I feel like the state and local public health agencies will look to outline that. The school will typically not be the identifier of a positive case because we're not in a situation where we can diagnose a student. We would be in the situation of referring the student for further medical evaluation and really be notified of a positive situation by either the parent or the public health department or the medical provider, probably the medical provider being the least of that type of situation. In the event that we are notified of a positive case, we are mandated to report that to the DuPage County Communicable Disease Department, and then we will identify with them and with the administration of District 205 what the next steps will be. Part of that is going to determine what type of closure might be required, if it's a short-term closure of maybe 2 to 5 days, so that we can do contact tracing, identify what the level of risk of exposure might have been, and move forward based upon the parameters of that situation. So we do know what exposure, how that is defined. We have a list of questions out to ISBE and IDPH looking towards, does the use of face masks change what that close contact might look like? And how does social distancing within a classroom and use of face masks, how does that impact if there is a positive student in the classroom? Does that change the level of risk? And so that's one of our big questions that will help us move forward. Also, there might be situations where a student is in a household where the student is not the one that's positive, but there's a household contact. And so in that situation, the student themselves and any siblings that are in the schools would be part of that 14-day quarantine due to that household exposure. So all of those parameters are clearly outlined. We have clear isolation and quarantine procedures that have been delineated and that we are prepared to follow. our nursing staff, many of us have educated ourselves on how to do the contact tracing process so that we can supplement DuPage County's efforts within our own community to do that. And also partnering, as Bev mentioned earlier, with Recreation Station, their management of that program so that we can track where students might have been and what other exposures they might have had outside of the District 205 staff. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much
Okay.
for that
Sure.
information.
Thank you so
I really
much.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's all my questions, Kara. Thanks.
Okay. Dr. Moyer, before I go to somebody else, could you address, or someone on the call, could you address, obviously we're talking about the students, but also the staff is, there are 1,500 people in our organization. So could you touch on some of the pieces for the staff, and then also how from this point things kind of continue on as next steps?
Well,
From staff.
yeah, if staff members have some type of pre-existing medical condition or fall into some type of at-risk category, there are provisions in the COVID law that allow for them to work from home, and they will work directly with HR to make those arrangements, and then we will work on what their teaching responsibilities will be, and the some of that is to be determined in some of the side letter agreements and different things like that that will need to be worked out between the teachers council and the district. And Luke will begin working on that, I assume, first thing tomorrow. But as far as some of the basic safety precautions, the employees have to self-certify as well. They have to wear masks as well. The cleaning regimens have been described. And so, they would be expected to take similar precautions. I personally would like to encourage our faculty, even though we may not be able to legally mandate it. I think that anybody who's traveled, it would be a good move on their part to self-quarantine for 14 days before they come back to work in August. I think that a lot of our individual adult employees have to be as responsible as they can be with their own situations to try to stay healthy, just like we're all trying to do. But the bottom line is that we, as this individual planning process kicks in here over the next couple of weeks, we want our building principals to work with their leadership teams and their faculties as they submit some of their specific plans to us, so that their teachers can feel comfortable and have some ownership about the specific protocols of how they're handling lunch and the other things, so that they can work together to establish some of those expectations in their buildings. And I think that some of the grade level teams, as we are in taking a look at room configurations and things like that, there will be some training, and I think that some of the things that they will be doing in the buildings with the signs that Todd's going to put up around the buildings and the reminders of hand washing and other things like that, are really intended for everybody in the building, not just to keep the students healthy, but to keep all of our people healthy. So some of the things that will be specific to the staff, some of the things, generally apply to everybody.
Okay. Thank you. I just, while we're talking about schedules and things, I just wanted to make sure that our staff know that, they have been considered and are being considered in this as well. So,
Well, I think that when we took a look at it, I think that, I think that we had teachers and labor reps and people like that on these committees. And certainly, the one thing that I think exists right now is a level of apprehension. But I think part of that is due to the fact that people don't have a lot of the specific information. So I think that as the specific information is developed and shared, that we'll work through some of those things, and some of that will be a little bit better than it is now. Obviously, we all want to keep everybody happy and healthy and energetic and excited about working with kids. But we all know that this is a very, very challenging situation that none of us have ever experienced before, and we're doing our best.
Thanks. Karen?
Yeah, so I appreciate that the Open to 205 had a two-pronged priority, which was safety for our students and our staff, as well as the equal education opportunity. And I'm glad that you all shared the pre-assessment so that we can identify any gaps that we have to close. And Nikki, I like the fact that the focus is along with the grade level work so that our students don't lose ground. That is lofty. And therefore, I guess the other piece that I liked hearing is some of the specificity that may not be in the presentation or the documentation, but was in the presentations that you spoke to, which is in the initial weeks, they'll go through the remote learning protocol, if you will, so that all the students are familiar with that, because we can do that, and that then prepares them for remote learning, whether it's right from the first day or the first week, or whether it be something that we have to move into. In addition, I like the fact that, Nikki, you talked about the curriculum maps, the prioritized standards, the hybrid model will be outlined with a workshop model, small groups, one-on-one. Scott, you talked about having some, all of the tools and even examples for our staff. So I guess the first question that if you can share a little bit more insight, or let me know if it's too early yet, is how and when do we begin to share all of this with our employees en masse that goes beyond those employees that have been diligently, actively working with us up to date to get to where we are?
Well, let me start out with that by saying that Luke, the first step is that Luke is working on a communication to go out on Friday to address the initial issue about medical exemptions. So that's the first thing that's going to happen. And then we have a calendar that we've established that we want to work over the next couple of days with the principals to make sure that we are clear about the dates and the timelines and the expectations. And then once we have that on Monday, we're going to get a communication to all principals. That's a standard communication, and that will lay out some expectations for next steps, and that will allow them and the district to begin to communicate with the faculty starting Monday of next week on getting into some more of these details, because we'll have the consistent expectations. So we'll have the standard conversations across the district. Everybody will be getting the same information. There won't be any confusion. So I would imagine that early next week, there will be some communication from building principals to their faculties. And then there's the communication from Luke on Monday or on Friday, the communication from the buildings early next week. And then that process will kick in so that over the course of the next couple of weeks, they'll be updated as they need to on the current information.
And then the other piece would be then moving into the professional learning or professional development piece. Like what's the time frame for that? Go ahead.
The other thing I want to say is that, some of the stuff that we have to communicate to the faculty, we're not going to be able to do until we have agreements on those side letters, which Luke is also going to be starting to work on. So I wanted to get that in, but Scott and Nikki and Kevin and I, all of us have started some initial conversations about the professional learning. I know that they've met with the coaches. So Nikki, I mean, we talked about using those the 19th through the 21st. So we don't have, I want to be a little bit careful that we don't put the cart before the horse because we don't have everything ironed out. But Nikki can give you a few ideas of some of the things we've been talking about. If you have specific questions that go beyond some of the things you alluded to a minute or two ago that was presented.
Yeah, I have to give a shout out to the coaches. I know some of them are probably listening tonight, and they have been working tirelessly all summer alongside not only the steering committees, but also myself. When I call a meeting, they show up and, they're really all in for trying to make sure that the teachers have what they need when we start. So we just really could not do this without them. So I have to say that. We know that our teachers are going to need to be thinking about 3 different environments. So the big heavy lift that we're really working on right now is how do we make sure that teachers can keep students engaged during, while they're in person, but knowing that they have to be socially distanced because that's not a normal environment. We're going to have masks on. We're going to be farther apart than normal. So how can we make sure that it does, make it work on that SEL component and make sure that it feel, that we build those relationships so that it feels more natural early on in case we have to go to a remote environment. So how do we build that relationship early on? How do we make sure that you're utilizing those high leverage strategies, teaching strategies such as workshop model, small group instruction, individual instruction, but also making sure that students are safe, to make sure that students are getting what they need. How are those teachers who are teaching remotely keeping students engaged, teaching both synchronously and asynchronously? And also, we're really thinking right now about how do we not overtax our teachers and have them worry about what am I doing in person and remotely. So those things are all, just a few of the things that we're thinking about right now. I have to say it's a highly collaborative effort between the principals, the coaches, the cabinet, and myself to talk about what do the teachers need, what do they need short term, what do they need long term, so that we're giving them, what they need at the time that they need it and not overwhelming them, knowing that 5 days of professional learning for anyone in this environment with kids coming back it's going to be overwhelming no matter what. So we're trying to balance all of those things. Does that answer your question, Karen?
Yeah, and so you're looking at all the pieces and you're looking at the sequencing. You know, what makes sense, what's bite-sized chewable, if you will, and how can we approach it to prepare everyone. And I think that's why I wanted to bring it up, is so that our staff understands that, they've got peers involved with this, representing, them, and that they are intimately in this conversation and the plan, and that what they can expect to some degree.
Yes, absolutely. I think what we all realize is that we're not going to please everyone in this situation, whether it's the community, whether it's our teachers, whether it's our anybody. And so we're just really trying to do our best to meet the needs of as many as we can and do the best that we can for our students to bring everybody back safely in the environment that we all choose to bring them back to.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So then I'll go into my number 2 and 3, which is it's the same theme that I talked about in the ops plan. Is it possible in August for us to follow up board meeting, for example, that we share a little bit more of the plan of curriculum maps, standards for consistency across all the students, with the instructional plans, some examples, for example, professional development, monitoring, and assessment. Because it goes into my third piece is the clearer that we can communicate what the standards are, the expectations, what can people expect in the in-person, remote, what they need to get familiar with. The more that everyone is going to be able to support the students in their learning, whether they're in person, remote, or we have to change something on the fly. And so, I really, I think that this conversation, I'm glad that we're spending time, even though it's late, to go over some of the details that we know, or the planning that you're working on, so that people at least are hearing things and that can help them prepare. So go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say, we'll very definitely have an update on August 11th on the remote learning days, the remote learning 2.0 plan, updates on the open D205 plan, etc.
Okay, thank you. I just think that we could use this forum as communication as well, so that, we can know as board, parents, and our staff. I really want to close with, I know that everyone has had to redefine and redesign how they do their jobs. It's been nice to have time to plan the work this summer. I know that you all are working more than normal, more than usual, more than probably what's expected. But I'm glad that we had the time to reassess the spring. I'm very glad that that you all took in the input from the students, the parents, and the staff, and I can hear that it's being incorporated. I know that it's been nonstop, and I wanted to really thank everyone, all those who have been diligently working to continue to focus on why we're all here, and that is to focus on our students and their education. This is the only opportunity they have. These are the only years that they have. This is their time. And so I really want to tell everyone, we appreciate the work that you're doing. We appreciate the collaboration. We appreciate that people are not looking at obstacles and they're looking at how do we move this forward, because that's really what we're about. We say we're for students, and that then shows that we're for students. So, to that end, again, thank you. We appreciate everyone who has helped, not only since March and planning for the reopen in August, but for the foundation that we laid over the last at least 5 years with the MLI, the instructional coaches, with working as a district together as a unit, PLCs, curricular standards, to name a few things that we've done, right? If we didn't have any one of those components, let alone all of them, we would be so behind the 8 ball. And I know that some people didn't, couldn't see that value up front, but I thank everyone for leading and trusting us in our leadership and seeing that this is where we needed to go in all these different areas, because otherwise it would just be too overwhelming for us, because we'd have an uphill climb. I know that everyone's working diligently right now, and there's a lot on our plates, but I just wanted to recognize the work that we've already done. And if we wouldn't have done that work, just how much more difficult and almost impossible the climb would be. So I really, want to ensure that if people, don't see that progression, that we highlight it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Karen. Courtney?
So thanks, Kara. I think I'm pretty sure that most of my questions have been asked and answered by the other members that have spoke before me. But I did want to take this moment to thank Dr. Moyer, the assistant superintendents, and every volunteer, including the community members and the teachers and the social workers and the healthcare professionals from our district that served on all the committees since May, all summer long. Your tireless efforts and commitment to try to navigate this unprecedented time, not just for our schools, but for our world, is not something I want to let go unrecognized. As most of you know, I'm a parent in this community and think about what returning to school will look like for my individual family. I have the luxury of knowing what is best for my family and the impact that this plan has on my family. But I'm also a volunteer board member. And because of that, I care about the whole of our community. The district does not just get to plan for one individual family. The district is responsible for creating a plan that is in the best interest of 8,000 children. And any insinuation that any decision about how or when or if we bring our children back to school doesn't weigh heavy on our hearts and our conscience is simply not understandable. Every single choice presented to our district has ripple effects in our community, in every family and with every student. And every single person in this district and on this board is overwhelmingly cognizant of that fact. And we do not take this responsibility lightly. I know that each of us, when we're looking back on spring e-learning for our students, we know we struggled. I also believe that the heart of our community understands that you assembled the best possible learning scenario for us in a short period of time. Our district was not only balancing the varied level of technology skills of our educators to enable student interaction, you were finding curriculum to manage across learning levels, and you were trying to ensure that every student in our district had access to computer and Wi-Fi so that they could participate in remote learning. It was an overwhelming task, and I would say an accomplishment. But we were not prepared, and it was not perfect. It was not ideal, and it was not what any of us would have preferred. But given all that, teachers were still there for our students, and relationships were still built and carried on, and our students were engaged in learning on some levels. However, moving forward, and I don't think anybody disagrees, I just want to say that the standard that we finished our 2019-2020 school year with will just not be acceptable when we return to school. We must do better. We must ensure that we offer our students live instruction, because I think this is key in remote learning to be successful. Whether our students are in a classroom setting or at home or at their kitchen table, they must have that live interaction with their teachers. I believe very strongly in this. We must return the rigor to our instruction. We must hold our students responsible for the effort and commitment they put into learning. And our teachers must continue to live up to the high standards that they've always met. They must continue to be creative and innovative in teaching our children during this unprecedented time. Make this the moment in your careers that you look back on and reflect because you triumphed and taught and inspired and impacted our children in an environment that no other generation before you had to. And in turn, we must make sure that our teachers have the tools and the resources and professional development that they need to accomplish this endeavor. And not just today, but a week into school starting and a month into school starting and in January. If they can think of a way to make something safer or better for teaching and our students, then we should be there to support it. And finally, I really want to challenge our community to trust that the decisions that this district and this board are making are absolutely all in the best interest of all 10,000 of our students and staff, and made with the best interest of learning and safety in mind. This is today's plan, As we know in the news and in our own realities, things can change, and this will directly impact it. And the beauty of this plan is it gives us the flexibility and the options to do that. And it gives every family the option to make the decision that's best for them. I challenge our community to support the district and our teachers that are not only balancing the education of our students and our community, but their own individual realities. And I challenge us to all be one team together moving forward, because together we can accomplish everything and anything we want to. So that being said, I think the only kind of thing that's left on my long list that I haven't scratched out of questions, and I think this might go to similar to what Margaret has said, that you guys might not know the answers to. So I would understand that. In the hybrid scenarios for our middle school and high school students, when there's going to be a lot of movement, and this could be a Todd question, or maybe I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of movement, but I know there will be at the high school at the very least. What are we doing with those classrooms in between class changes, and what can we expect to tell our kids that they're going to be responsible for, and how are the teachers going to handle that, those cleanings between the changes of classes? Do we have an idea of that yet?
Yes, we do. It's going to be a hybrid. That's why we're putting disinfectant bottles in each of the classrooms to wipe off. We do have. That's why we bought an additional 6 electrostatic sprayers. It's a fine mist that we can do some cleaning in there, wiping down and hit those areas. But the problem with some of the contact material that we use, the dwell time is anywhere from 5 to 8 minutes on that. But it's going to be a combination of both. For us to hit all, 100 classrooms out there at York and clean them and disinfect them in between class changing periods is going to be very difficult. We'll try to hit as much as we can, but we're going to need some help from other staff out there with those bottles in there.
Well, I mean, in my mind, it just seems like it's the common areas that really, the facilities have to focus on, and then it's almost seems to be up to the teacher and students' responsibility to grab a wipe on your walk-in and wipe your desk down type thing. And I'm just wondering if that's the kind of messaging and plan we have in place, because it seems like the common areas would be, once class is in session, then you guys can get out and mist or whatever, sanitize the common areas. But the inside the classrooms, I guess, is. And I'm assuming that messaging will come out, and that they'll have specific and direct marching orders for what to expect.
So we will, yes, people will understand that that's part of what we need to do when we bring the teachers back, is make sure that they understand the routines and the expectations of how we're going to keep the buildings as clean and safe as possible. When it comes to the younger grade levels, there's not as much movement, so that comes into play a little bit more in the upper grade levels. And I do know that there's some problem solving that the principals would like to do together as well as with their teams. So I don't want to make statements that people latch onto if there are decisions that haven't been 100% decided. But I do know that when we have, for example, at the high school, when we have half the kids there, we can coordinate the master schedule with the custodial staff, and they can know which periods certain rooms are clean, are empty, and that could be a time that they could go do some cleaning in between. York is set up in a way where Dr. Bagdasarian has already thought about the fact that different hallways can be set up for different traffic routes. So there's been a lot of preliminary thinking to preserve distancing to the greatest extent possible. And as Chris alluded to earlier, the lunch situation, people are getting very creative about how we can manage lunch. So, all of those things are in development. Some are further along than others, I guess, and some need some cooperation with their faculties and staff to work through some of the problems that they need to solve. And we're actually, part of the meetings that we're having this week is to really solidify and be clear about exactly what problems the principals think that we need to solve. And that's part of the meeting that they're having on Friday that we alluded to. So
that's great. That was going to be my follow-up question. I mean, because every building has their own needs. So it's great to hear that you're going to be talking to the individual buildings to find out what they need to accomplish, what they have to accomplish. And I guess my only question, and I'm guessing Scott is going to tell me that he has no more details. So, but you alluded to the grading and that this, it's more back to normal business. What do we know what that's going to look like if half the half the week is in this hybrid learning scenario and half the week is in person? Do we have any more can you expand on that statement anymore?
Well, I can try to be more specific. I do think that it brings an opportunity for more learning, and I think it allows us to actually accelerate some of the planning a bit more than we were in the spring. I think in the spring there was a lot of standby taking place and many different layers and levels of the problem solving, and that's no one's fault, just given the unknowns. We don't have any specifics on what the details of that will look like in terms of what's graded and how, but I do think it will be better for our students, and I think we're gonna as we always do, work on making sure that equity is in mind with that, knowing that students are having different experiences related to what took place either before school or even during some of this. So I guess my short answer is potentially filled with more ambiguity, but I do think there's a certain degree of optimism that comes with the opportunity to be able to provide more grades than the previous guidance, which was incomplete. Now that may complicate things more as well, but I think we can work through it, and we learned a lot in the last round of what worked and what were some potentially not as good decisions as well.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and I guess I'm just worried about and this is pre e-learning in the spring, the inequity or the differences in grading between teachers in the same subject matter across our 6 through 12 areas. And I just don't want to see that amplified because not all the kids are in the same class at the same time. So I just keep, I'm sure you are, but if we can just keep that in the forefront, that inequity piece could potentially somehow be just as bad or worse than when we're in school all the time. And just be aware of that. So other than that, that's all I've got.
Thanks. Chris?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of quick points, I think, on themes that emerged to me as I looked through the plan and worked on helping to put it together. I think the first is the concept of choice. Brought up several times, very important to me, and I think to many folks involved in the process, that each family can make a decision that is best for them in a custom way. And I think I'm happy that that's part of the plan that we brought forward. Second was flexibility. I think Dave has mentioned several times, and it's important for folks listening to understand that this is the best plan that we have available to us today based on the information that we have. And I know the administration and the board are committed to being flexible and adjusting to new information that comes out and trying to make those adjustments as we deem appropriate to do so. So that's important to keep in mind. And the last is just guidance. We've tried to follow closely the guidance from our local health professionals, and we'll continue to do that as we go forward and as their knowledge and recommendations change. So those were the three key themes and observations to me in reviewing the plan. So I thought I would just share that briefly. In terms of questions, I was hoping that Jen could either expand or follow up, I guess, in a different setting, because I think the procedures for what will occur in the event of positive cases is a very important and key question that I've received frequently from our constituents. And I think Jen provided a good outline of initial thoughts on that and how that will be done in partnership with the local health department. And I think clarifying that and putting that out as a follow-up to the community would be helpful as we may have additional communications in the weeks ahead.
Yes, certainly. The ability to isolate and quarantine people who have been exposed, who have a known exposure, who have symptoms, who have been tested and known to be positive is essential to the control of COVID and to eliminate further spread. So as I mentioned, the Department of Public Health has published very clear guidelines for isolation and quarantining. We have already had experience going back to March of learning how to implement those procedures, and the quarantining, even in the event of a suspected exposure, is required. And isolation guidelines are clearly delineated, and those are written within our current procedures for in order for students to return to school. We are needing parents to verify with us that the criteria for ending isolation and or quarantine has been met. So that is part of our tracking process that we have put into place, that we will be using when school reopens, so that we will be having follow-up and those conversations with the parents and guardians before the kids can return back to school. And same, that would apply to staff.
Sure. And I just would encourage Dave and Bev and team as we get more definition around the procedures of, who's going to be doing the contact tracing. Is it the district? Is it the DuPage County Health Department? And details along those lines, that we share those with our constituents, because I think that would help to calm nerves and just provide some clarity around an important concern point.
Chris, let me, a couple weeks ago when I was on a call with the DuPage Health Department, I was getting some information on where they were at then, but then even within the last couple of days, Jen referenced this decision tree that came out. And, I think that's just one example of how we're living this every day, and how sometimes information moves a little bit one day to the next. And so I think that decision tree document is something that we can work on as a basis to include in one of the upcoming conversations to help inform people of what the district's approach is going to be, as well as we can include that in our August report as well to the board. We can give an update on and make sure that that's part of that formal information. We could give Jen maybe a little bit of a chance to digest that document, which she said she just got, and then we can work on putting something together.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Second topic relates to remote learning. And I think that, Courtney touched on it. I think we had to deal with transitioning children and staff out of our buildings with quite a rapid speed. And that process was messy, and we had to set up a remote learning process very quickly. And I think that there was a grace period associated with that at the beginning. I think as the weeks went on, that the remote learning process based on the experience that I've received, became quite insufficient for the vast majority of our children in terms of the quality of their learning. And the bar for that process, I think, is very high heading into this coming school year, that we need to be able to provide high quality education in a remote setting for our children. And I wanted to ask Scott and Dave or whomever to comment on what the requirements will be for instruction in the remote setting to start the year. Not guidelines and suggestions, but minimum requirements for every classroom and what those look like in the current plan.
So, Chris, I can share that they will look different. I don't know, the detail to which we can get into that today, but I will provide some acknowledgement of the feedback and share that, and go back to ISB as well, that also has changed their guidance. One of the key pieces that came out in the spring, if you recall, was a grid that ISB provided showing the amount to which a student could sit in front of a computer. And that, while provided as guidance, was also in many ways a bit of a hindrance in terms of our expectations in the direction we could take. So with honoring that feedback and using the survey data to really drive the thinking and the planning, to give you some tangible, thoughts and assurances related to that, we are looking at building in specific instructional technology support related to asynchronous and synchronous learning. So making sure that those opportunities that the staff may not have had in March to build up their instructional toolbox, that they have some chances to do that with the time that we do have before school starts. And then the other attempt here, to be totally frank with you, is to build in those supports and start planning now for even October, November, December, January, February. What does that look like in terms of remote learning? So really trying to be thoughtful and intentional with what we build out, but also looking at it from every angle and knowing very well that, no matter what we do, we can always be improving it. But I do think the professional development around asynchronous and synchronous learning is going to get at some of those points that you raised just now.
Okay, and I hope to get more information on that before school starts from you all, because I think one of the points of feedback that was consistent, at least in my experience, was the unevenness of remote learning. We had certain instruction occurring at a very high degree of engagement with students. We had others with a total lack of engagement with students for a prolonged period of time, and sort of everything in between. And I would like for us to take steps to focus on narrowing that gap and just moving the overall level up.
Sure.
I think the reaction from our community would be significantly negative if we don't make pretty massive strides in remote learning. So I just wanted to make that clear. Lastly, on the topic, I just wanted to speak out strongly in support of live streaming lessons for our children that are learning remotely, and encourage the parties involved there to work together to make that happen, because I think that would be very positive for our children. And then last question, just I wanted to ask Dave what the current thinking is if we have a number of teachers that are in our buildings that is not compatible with the number of children who decide to learn in person.
So if you take into account the medical exceptions and the number of families that elect for remote, we're going to have some more specific information. And I think that one of the things that we did see when we ran some projected scenarios of higher grade level staffing, when we took a look at how many kids were going to be in the building at any given time, we're starting to get some preliminary information. But I do know that I would anticipate higher levels of absenteeism and decreased ability to find subs. So I think that Luke, in his work with the ETC, as well as some of the challenges that he knows that we're going to be facing in those areas, is going to do everything he can to get creative. And we're going to, our principals will innovate and get creative, and we will try to encourage maximum flexibility and understand that people may have to make adjustments, that we can't look at this as a different way to do what we've always done. I mean, we have to, this is not, this is something completely different. And if we don't acknowledge and recognize, it goes back to Courtney's, square peg and round hole comment before. We can't try to shove an old model into this new environment. We have to be open to the fact that things have to look differently, and hopefully we can make some progress in getting people to understand that we need the flexibility to address the fact that some of those things are likely going to be part of our future. I hesitate to try to say that we're going to be in some type of drastic worst case scenario. But I'm not going to pretend that it's not going to be a challenge. I don't know how to give you a more precise answer at this time. But I acknowledge your concern. I share it. So,
okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else before I kind of wrap? Okay, so I just want to kind of wrap up, and this probably, as usual, involves Bev. So, tonight the plan was shared, and the intention is to emphasize that things will change. If you watch the news on a daily basis, things change, but we are giving the option for families to understand that they can go fully remote, and then if they choose the in-person option, and that's still going to be working in the fall, that this is what the schedule would look like. So my question is, what is going to come out tomorrow?
Tomorrow, we will be putting out a recap of tonight's meeting, but we will also be breaking down the plan into an executive summary so that we can hit those high points again, so that a reader does not have to go back through the entire plan to get those nuggets. And also emphasizing, as Chris really succinctly broke down those 3 points, what are the benefits of this particular plan? How does this make this easier for families to personalize their decision? Also, what options are available to them, as well as that we'll be surveying regarding busing, and also their choices on remote learning in the latter part of the week.
Okay. And then, because I know this will be the next question, and I probably as a parent would have it too, when will you know who's in an A section and who's in a B section?
That part is not totally a communications decision, but we would know that the results would be, we'd give them about a week to turn that information around for parents to participate in the survey. And then that would then go over to my fellow colleagues in our remote learning area, and they can dissect and determine exactly who's in A and who's in B. And then we'd be coming back to communicate that to parents. So it would be a pretty quick turnaround.
Kevin, did you have something or no?
We're anticipating early August.
Mm-hmm.
Dates.
Okay. So tomorrow follow-up communication with an executive summary.
Yep.
Choosing if you're opting in to which option you're choosing. By when will that survey come out?
That would be Friday.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I don't really have any other questions on that. So I think, thank you all. Let's move on to summer construction update.
all right. So just going to jump right in and let Todd go.
So she pulls it up. All right. All right, go ahead and the next slide. This is kind of a list of where we're at, just to let you know, with Edison, the red line is the existing building and everything down below that line is the new addition. If you go to the next slide. All right. So this kind of shows you where we're at right now. This was, the top pictures are where the storm trap installation was being installed under the parking lot. That new parking lot right there is actually scheduled to be completed by July 31st. They'll probably start paving that lot in about a week to 2 weeks. So they're right on schedule where they should be. The goal was to have this lot ready to go before school starts so we can use it because the rest of the site's going to be off limits for construction. Okay. Next slide. This shows you some of the steel structure for the addition that's being installed right now. Pretty much all the steel work is done. So now they'll start with the masonry work on this building and the roofing. This is for the addition to the building. Go ahead. Now inside there's two main areas that we're looking at renovating right now. On the top right or top left is the old main office, which is going to be converted into the new temporary library and then eventually into two classrooms. And over here on the right is where we had the old library that's going to be converted into the new main office along with a classroom addition. Next slide. This just gives you kind of some of the photos of where we're at. They're coming along nicely on there. Actually, the ceiling is in now on those that old main office library there. I'm kind of showing you in there in the middle some of the breakout nooks that we installed in the hallways that they're going to have some soft seating furniture in there. The one on top is going to be like a teacher workstation, trying to incorporate some of the hallway into physical usable space. On the right there is where we're going to have the main reception office and the principal's office, AP office, and nurse office. They've already got painting. They're starting to put the ceiling in. So they are on schedule to get this turned over to me by the end of July. And then that first week of August, on a lot of these buildings, we're going to start putting in the furniture, the technology, and all that other stuff. Next slide. For Brian, we have the classroom edition there on the 6-screen wing and also the main office edition. As you can see, we're starting to put structural steel. That's in front of the Brian. That's going to be the new main office and the new entrance. Actually, since I took this picture about 5-6 days ago, they already have a lot of the brickwork done at this. Things are starting to really progress quickly now as we get into this month of July. Inside of the main entryway, we're going to do this. This is in front of the auditorium. We ripped out everything. We're going to put new floor, new ceiling, new light. We figured that's going to move in. This is some of the work on the front hallway that was in phase 3 and 4 that we moved up, but it worked out well in conjunction with the office renovation. We're also doing some other projects out there. We're looking at replacing the LED lighting in the girls' locker room, which that'll be scheduled to be completed here in August. And this shows the classroom edition. The class edition is right on schedule. Initially, the principal wasn't going to use these rooms, but if they become available, she'll use them. We had a little bit of a delay with some of the windows that won't be delivered till the 24th. We believe that is part of the COVID issues, that's one of the delays. But even with it being ready at the 24th, probably that first week of September, she'll be able to use it for additional space. On these rooms, a lot of the rooms we had to renovate. We did some additional HVAC work and we had to put some sprinklers in there. So we had to tear down the ceiling and the lighting. Those rooms will be ready to go for the start of the school year. They'll turn them over to me the first week of August. Out at Fisher, we were putting the addition out there and renovating the office with a secure entrance. It's actually, I was just there today. It's coming along nicely. Everything's painted. The ceilings are in. You can go to the next slide, please. So this just shows you where those two additions that we put out there for the principal and the assistant principal, which actually this assistant principal office she's actually going to use for that in case a kid tests positive, that they're going to use that office. Her and the AP are going to share the principal's office for this year. But this shows you the new secure entrance. And like I said, the ceiling's already in that place right now. They got that cleared out. They're going to start working on the finishes with the flooring and stuff. And the same thing, that will be ready for us by the start of school. This is the back playground area where we relocated the playground. It's going to have a soft surface playground instead of the wood chips. We moved it away from the building, gave them a little bit more green space there towards the building, and worked on their whole asphalt play area, which had some flooding issues a little bit back there. That schedule will be completed on time for school. Jackson with the addition. Same thing here. We put a very small addition on there for the front entrance, secure vestibule, along with renovating the whole office area. These are just some of the pictures of the areas that are coming in there on the next slide. Everything is progressing perfectly. ICI has done a great job of keeping these contractors' feet to the fire, bringing any attentions to any issues to us to make sure that we're on schedule. We have a couple other small projects out there at Jackson with a small restroom renovation. It's actually an early childhood restroom, so we're going to convert it into a staff restroom, and we have some flooring replacement out there in 4 or 5 classrooms. Jefferson, we did a small work up there for a secure entrance in the main office. But this biggest project we have out there is we took that large classroom there on the left and turned it into 2 kindergarten classrooms. These are come along nicely. They're actually, the ceiling tiles and the grids are already in place now from this picture. They're going to start, they did the final paint finish, so they're going to be working on the flooring here very shortly along with the casework. And one other small thing that we're doing out at Jefferson is when we took this kindergarten classroom, there was also a small office. We're taking the old kitchen that is pretty much storage, PTA storage, and part-time practice room for band. We're going to split that room in half. So we give PTA their own storage room plus create a nice little storage room there for instructional space. And outside of Jefferson, they had a lot of empty space in the hallways outside of the gym. We're going to put a conference room in there too to help them out with some space things. Sandburg, this picture right here shows that ramp being against the side of the building at the auditorium along with the renovation of the main office. We had to move that ramp. Instead of being tucked up on the side of the auditorium, we're actually having it come straight out from the steps, which you'll see on the next slide. We had to do that because of the ground issues that we had out there, that it was going to look like it was going to be about $30,000, $40,000 more because we would have had to dig down 9 feet because we had unsuitable soil. So we decided to move it. So basically it's going to be one continual ramp from the steps all the way to the curb for ADA accessibility into the main office. This is the interiors. Actually, that's all been painted now from the last time I took these pictures. So the same thing with this. It's going to be ready to go, turn over to us by the end of the July so I can get the technology with RJ and my staff and furniture the first week of August. Also with there, we're replacing the potholes out front there on the west side and the south of the lot. That should be completed. We actually added a little additional curb work out there and concrete work as we were tearing it up. We saw some bad sections, so that's right on schedule to be done August 1st. The big lot at Emerson. We're on schedule right here. We did have some issues with this parking lot replacement and drainage. We had about 20,000 square foot of bad soil, so we have to do an additional undercut there, more towards the north of the property. But it's coming along very nicely. We're going to be doing some paving out there on the church lot to take care of the issues that we did with out there. The detention pond is just about completed. I believe all the concrete work, curbs, gutters, and sidewalk is complete, and they'll start working on paving here as soon as they do the undercut. Go ahead, next slide. This will show, this is in the back of the building where the detention pond is right now. It's a very large detention pond, more than double, at least double the size of what was currently out there. And that will have a fence around that whole thing. Some of the smaller projects out at Churchville, if they had an old rubber floor on there that was really bad, we decided to put a hardwood floor on top of it. You can see the paint. They're starting to do the striping on there. It really brightens up that area. It looks really well. And some of the other things we're doing out at Churchill, these are learning walls. Chris actually brought to my attention that another district was getting rid of these learning walls. So we went out there and looked at them, and these are very expensive. So we went out there, disassembled them, shipped them out here to Churchville, and we're putting them in Churchville right now. They work out wonderful. These are kind of some of the learning walls that we're actually putting in Edison and the new school. So it worked out really well. They're very happy with them. York, whoa. It did not show the picture of the field turf replacement. That was actually slated to start on July 22nd, but they actually started it this week. We were able to get bumped up on their schedule. So they're out there right now replacing that field turf. I do have a link that I'll send out to everybody. The construction camera I had out at Churchville last year, I moved it over here to the stadium, so you'll be able to see it. We're working actually the gym floor restorations on the south end of Campbell Gym. They actually started it tomorrow. We're working on a lot of exterior doors in the pool room that rusted out. We did a lot of concrete repairs, some additional server in the AC unit in the server room, and a lot of corridor replacement on flooring. That's just part of the process. Every year we're going to replace a lot of flooring out there. And then we have some flooring in the main office that's scheduled to be done here later this month. Pretty much that's where we're at with our construction work. We are on schedule. The biggest project that we had was Edison, but actually ICI is ready to turn some of the classrooms over to me tomorrow that I can bring, since we're ahead of schedule at cleaning. I'm going to bring my second crew out at York over to Edison at night to start getting those rooms ready to go so we can start moving furniture back in there. But we feel very confident that the areas that are supposed to be turned over to us before it starts school at Edison and all the other buildings will actually be turned over to us at the start of school, actually before the start of school. So we're in good shape right now. ICI has done a good job of keeping the contractors and keeping White going with the RFIs, any change orders that we have, any issues that come up at the site. So it's progressing really well this year for our summer construction work.
Is that it?
That'd be it. Yes.
Thank you. I want to ask a question about Emerson. Can you just confirm, I'm pretty sure that I remember this conversation, but what work did you do with the city on that project?
We met with the city out there because they had some issues and some complaints from the neighbors that were flooding off there. We met with them out there. We discussed some of our projects. We actually did all the topo and the surveying out there, and we extended it a little bit into some of the adjacent area when we're out there doing the survey anyways. We submitted all our plans to the city, worked with them. They approved off everything that we were doing. We actually added additional detention out there from what was previous there based on some of the recommendations from the city and some of the things that triggered the stormwater management through the city of Elmhurst. We shared all our plans with them, all our core surveys out there, our topos and everything to look at the whole site.
Thank you. Anybody have any other questions or comments? Chris?
Yeah, I just had one quick question. Todd, first of all, good job, by the way, to you and team. I know a lot of things going on your plates right now in facilities, so I appreciate the hard work. Just how much buffer do we have? You know, what's the project where we're closest to the line in terms of, you know, bumping in the start of school? How much of leeway do we have?
Well, I'd say the biggest one would be Edison, because that's the most complex project that we have out there. But if they're going to start turning classrooms over to me tomorrow, and they'll have the temp library and the office done by the end of July, I feel very confident that we'll be ready to go with that one. Other than Brian, those 2 classrooms that we added on, which initially they weren't going to use, those will be ready probably the first week of September because of the delays of the windows. But I think we'll have everything in construction that needs to be turned over to us, will be turned over to us in ample amount of time for me to get, you know, the final cleaning, RJ to get the technology in there, and me to get the furniture in there.
Okay. And you think we have a week or 2 to spare, or are we going to be going right up to the edge, or what?
We'll have, with the furniture in there, we'll have at least a week, probably 2 for sure to spare in those areas.
Okay. Just encouragement that, you know, if that slips, and it's an unpredictable environment right now for everybody, and construction team's doing a great job, but things outside of their control could cause delays as well. Just if we need to, make sure we have a backup plan in place. Yes. Or if it's not 100% completed, you know, before doors open, how would we manage that, you know, for the week or 2 it would take to finish it? Just don't be flat-footed on that. And I know that you won't.
No.
Thank you.
Because even before that, about 2 weeks before school starts, we're going to have the final walkthrough with the Regional Office of Education to give us our occupancy permit. So that's kind of where we're shooting for everything to, you know, we want to do that if we're starting school. Well, if we start school on the 24th, we're still going to, it'll basically give me 3 weeks now. So we were always going 2 weeks before school started to do that final walkthrough to get that occupancy. So that's when we're telling everybody to have everything done by. And I think we'll hit that.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it, Todd.
Karen, did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Todd. Actually, the students might be delayed, but our staff's going to be coming in. So, thanks for managing toward that. It sounds as though we did not encounter many unforeseen issues. It sounds like you highlighted the Bryan windows with a new addition, classrooms, Emerson and Sandberg, but so nothing else?
Yeah, really not too much. We had some issues when we started digging into the ground, but ICI brought those to everybody's attentions right off the bat, and we rectified them, and we started moving on. We had some potential, there were rumors out there that some of the HVAC equipment was going to be delayed. That'll probably be coming in here in another week or two. So it was delayed just a little bit, but it wasn't delayed significantly, so it would jeopardize the schedule because we had everything else done around it. So we're just going to set the unit, make the final connections, and away we go. The one thing, Edison, one thing at Edison, I should point out, we'll get it done. It's the gym. Right now the gym is full of everything in the building that we had to move out. So that's why it's good that they're turning over those classrooms to me tomorrow. We're going to run our crews Wednesday through Saturday to get them clean so we can move everything out of the gym, because we also have to get back in there and put the sprinkler system into that gymnasium too. But we should hit that no problem.
All right. Well, thanks to you and your staff. I mean, not only this project, but start of school and, all the things that their addition that they have to do. Kara, thanks for asking about Emerson, and thanks for the response, Todd. I know that you answered Kara's last question about, working with the city, and that we actually added additional detention there for us, but it's for the how do I want to say it? It's also adjacent property, right? I mean, the city wouldn't let us do anything that's going to hinder adjacent property, correct? So that's
Correct.
what it included. I just want to make sure that we're clear here. Okay.
Yes, it should help them out there because we're going to detain additional water in that detention property so it doesn't flow out there. So to what extent, I don't know, but it should help them out.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Courtney?
Todd, thanks so much. I mean, it's overwhelming, all the work that has gotten done in this time when we haven't been focusing on anything like that. So it is such a treat to see all the pictures. And Terry and ICI, just a really remarkable job. So thank you very, very much. Just a quick question, just to throw more kudos at your team and to remind the community, when these projects are done, minus Lincoln and Field, is it accurate to say that every single one of our schools will have a safe and secure entrance?
The only one we wouldn't have touched, it still has a secure entrance, but it's not up to the standards that we're moving to, would be Madison. It still has a secure one, but it doesn't have one like the rest of the schools will.
And and I do remember it's in some level of the project, right? Like level, what is it, number 4 or 3? I can't remember.
I think it's phase 3.
Great. Okay. And so, and we are still, that is still part of the plan for the future.
Yes. Total renovation of Madison Early Childhood, which includes reconstructing the main entrance, secure entrance, just like we're doing with the construction this year.
Great. And is Brian going to be the last one? Is that front entrance? Is it just a little behind the start of school?
Yeah, we never anticipated because we're not touching the current office. So that entrance, we always knew that wasn't going to be ready till probably October 1st when they can start moving in there. So their main entrance is going to be off to the side of the building and coming in there until that front main entrance is ready.
And is that still on schedule for October?
Yep.
Todd, I think as a reminder too, I think that we should take the opportunity. I don't know if it slipped your mind, but the Churchville entrance is also not 100% where it's going to be when the projects are complete.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, you are correct. Yes.
We've got temporary fix there until we get to the main fix.
Yes. Yeah, we wanted to do just a temporary fix there because that whole front area of Churchville, that whole office lobby really should be done at the same time. So that's why we're just doing a temporary fix out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right.
Yeah, well, Kara, I have a question. I tried to schedule a finance committee meeting to discuss the level of energy efficiency in our new construction projects and was told that it was going to be addressed at this meeting. And I'm assuming this is the section that it's addressed in. Yeah, am I correct?
Yes. We actually did put this topic on a previous finance committee meeting. And so we can review that or update or elaborate on potential questions, but the Todd can maybe be a little bit more specific, but the standard that we told the community that we were going to design our buildings to when we went out to referendum was LEED Silver. And since that time, the LEED Silver standard has actually become more difficult to meet. And so the energy efficiency of our buildings, we still are designing and targeting that LEED Silver. I don't want to say designation, but target as far as the energy efficiency of the buildings. So I believe that that's accurate, Todd.
Yeah.
If you need to correct me, please do.
No. It's pretty much in there. The standards have just changed a little bit, but based off our baseline and the code requirements and some of the enhancements we're doing right now, to get to the next level of a LEED certified building, it would be approximately $40,000 more, and then get up to the LEED Silver certified, it would be about $100,000 more than what we have in our current baseline. We have a lot of it's just good practices that we're putting in our basis of design. So we're very close to that to get up to that next level. A couple things that would, talk about that if we had to move up to that next level was do more enhanced building commissioning, put in some electric car charging stations, green power or carbon offset by just a little bit, doing some other things like additional water metering out there, or same rainwater management. Some things like that are very small and minor that we could probably incorporate in there to potentially get us to that full LEED Silver if we wanted to.
Does that answer? Yeah, go ahead.
No, it doesn't. So it sounds like, as far as you're concerned, you'd made that decision when you brought the referendum to the community. Since then, we've had residents come to us and tell us that there are opportunities for grants to exceed that LEED Silver. And I just thought it would be a good idea to pursue what is involved in that, what funding is available, how difficult it is to receive that funding, and make a well thought out, conscious decision that if we can exceed the level of LEED Silver at no additional cost to the taxpayer, if that's something we want to pursue.
Yeah, Jim, I thought that that the architects and the construction managers on a couple different occasions tried to explain that even if we do get a grant, that we would have to put the $2 million per building up front, and that the difficulty in obtaining the standards that they expect for you to get your grant money back are so difficult that there are no guarantees that we would recover that money. And so we would probably have to scale back the referendum project to make sure that we stay within our budget in order to accomplish that.
Yeah, unless you've had additional conversations with them, I thought I was part of that same conversation, and that's not the conclusion I walked away with. The conclusion I walked away with is it deserved the merit of some more investigation before it was too late to change the design of these buildings. And that's all I want to do is pursue the proper questions to ask and make a well thought out decision of whether
Is it the interest?
to do it or not.
Is it the interest of the board that it would like to direct the administration to pursue net zero status?
I think this is Chris. I think that's too far. I think that just ask the architect the percentage probability of success on receiving grant funds for general guidance on that. Is that, in their experience, is that a 95% likelihood, that you get grant money if you pursue projects like that, or is it 30%? And I think that's the only incremental data point to ask for. I think saying we want to pursue net zero is too strong. I think, at least for me, that's the only data point that I would need to feel like to fill in the blanks that Jim's mentioning there. And that could be just a simple email to them and then let us know what they have to say.
Right. In terms of my level of enthusiasm, I'm with Chris. I just want to make a rational decision. And in fact, I'd modify Chris's question a little bit and just use hard data. Ask them how many zero net energy projects they've been involved with. And of those, how many they applied for the grant. And of the ones they applied for the grant for, how many did they get the grant money? I mean, I can calculate a percentage from there.
So what's the desire of the board?
Well, I think it's fair to ask those questions and then you can get to us based on that percentage. But I assume that doesn't require too much work. Chris, can you turn your microphone off? There, thanks. I don't know. Todd, is that an easy ask to get that information, or is that involved?
Well, we can reach out to them. I mean, there's different levels in there. I mean, through the silver, the gold, the platinum, and the net zero. We can definitely ask them of which projects that they've worked on that they applied for grants and they got the grant funding and how much they got. It does go up there from, where we are now, a little bit over $2.3 million to go to net zero, about 160,000 or 1.5 million, I should say, sorry, up to platinum, and about 80-some thousand for gold. We can definitely reach out to them and see on the grants. The problem on some of this too is to make sure that to meet all those grants in some of those areas out there, that they can actually design the building and the envelope and the footprint and everything else can support it. Because one of the things for net zero, if I'm not mistaken, is about 100% efficiency for photovoltaic array. So they would have to look at that too. So there's a little bit more than just, applying for the grant and getting it, to see if the site and the footprint of the building will accommodate those potential net zero or platinum or gold statures.
Terry, how much? Terry Fielden is on the call. How much would that, if we had to go to move in that direction, how much would that delay design development for Lincoln is one question. And do you have any preliminary information on the odds of us recovering that $2+ million investment to get to net zero?
I don't have any information on recovering grants. We have ICI hasn't done a net zero building, so we have to talk to White about that and see if they have any experience. They I don't know if they've done net zero, but they do have some experience in recovering some of the grants. As far as Lincoln goes, we need to bid that job this fall in order to make the timeline for completion in 22. So that cannot be disrupted at this point in time.
Yeah, this is exactly my point. I want to have this discussion, reach a conclusion while there's still time, and not default to, gee, we don't have time anymore.
That's why I asked what the direction of the board was.
So those of you that have been on the board, when we went through, and Terry, I believe you were part of this, before we actually put the referendum on the ballot, we did a lot of work, a lot of special sessions where we talked about our facilities. And I thought at that time we talked about the different levels of, net zero or silver. And then we took that, if I'm wrong, please correct me, to the listening sessions that went on at each school. Is that how I feel like we talked about it, but maybe I'm mixing something up.
No, we did talk about it. And we didn't talk about going for any particular LEED certification like LEED silver or LEED gold. We did talk about incorporating a lot of the LEED components that we could reasonably incorporate into the buildings for the budgets that we had available. Net zero was not discussed at that time. We didn't. There was no discussion on net zero at the time.
Okay.
But we want to make them. We are making them as efficient, as light and lively as we can, and that includes. You've seen the preliminary designs on both Lincoln and Field at this point. You can see there's a lot of glass and a lot of natural daylight and so forth that's contained in the building. And I was concerned by the board members talking about, what is the expense of replacing that glass over time and so forth. But that glass is a strong LEED component, natural light, natural outside views. It enhances the learning environment quite significantly, and there's proof of that. There's direct proof that more daylight, more natural views, and so forth will help student learning.
Okay. So just to recap, Terry, because this is your business. If we would need to halt operations and get an estimate on or figure out, we would have to halt operations and change course if we want to go net zero. Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary, yes.
Is that a fair summary for Field as well?
Field, there is more time. I won't deny that. But it is a question. It's a significant amount of money that the district would have to lay out in cash to make that work. So like I said, I'm not that familiar with the grants. Can certainly take a little time and ask White and see what kind of grants are available. It doesn't mean that those grants will continue to be available when you come time to actually put a shovel in the ground and build a building. You have to look at it that way too. The grants come and go. Each year there's a set amount of money, or they don't allocate money for it. I think it's reasonable. We're into a situation with COVID that puts quite the spin on the construction market. That's really remains to be seen what that long-term impact is at this point.
Yeah. My only objective here is to gather the facts, make a decision based upon facts and not speculation, and not default to, gee, we kicked it from month to month and now it's too late. I want to make a well thought out decision based upon facts.
So I'm asking, is it the consensus of the board that they're directing the administration to invest in getting this answer?
I'm a yes.
It's Courtney. I don't think there's any harm in asking the question. However, if that slows down a timeline or puts off the tight timeline we have for these projects, then I would not be inclined to go in that direction. But if it's a matter of, asking the question so that we can make an evaluation, and if Lincoln's too late, then for Field, then I think asking the question doesn't do us any harm, but not if it's going to throw us off a timeline. And Todd and Terry can talk to that better than I can.
I agree with that. I think that they're conflating two separate issues. One issue is, do we want to actually invest in design and development to really go down the path of net zero? That's issue one. The answer to that, in my opinion, right now is no. I don't want anyone doing work on that right now. All I want is an answer from the architect. How many projects have they worked on where they applied for grants, and what percentage were successful? And other than that, I would like nothing changed until we
Yeah.
see what the answer is.
I completely agree.
I literally wouldn't want anything else from anyone to be different. Just what is that data point? That's all I want.
I think that's all we were asking for to begin with.
Margaret?
Yes. Asking the question without delaying the project, yes, I'm in agreement.
Karen?
The only other piece is the upfront money. I think that I heard Terry say, and I thought, and I can't remember the VP at White that presented information to us at one of our Zoom meetings, is that it's $2 million up front. And then the question is, how much do we get back in the grant money? And we don't know until after the fact. So if we can share those facts, I think that it helps us actually represent the community like we said we were going to.
All right, can I get clarity on, because I guess I'm, to ask that question, it costs money to ask the question or to do the, to get those answers? Is that?
It doesn't cost any money to ask the question, no.
Correct.
Okay, so we can get the answers to the question and then decide what we were gonna do, if anything.
What Karen was saying is that even if the grants were available in some time frame and White had the ability or had some knowledge of how to secure them, you would still need to lay out that cash while you're doing construction, complete the project, and then seek recovery for that money.
You'd have to meet all of the targets to get that reimbursement for that investment, and meeting those targets is extremely challenging for districts to do. White has said that most districts struggle to recover that money.
Yes.
Have they said that most districts have not been awarded the grants then? Is that what you're saying?
The districts that have been awarded the grants the majority of them do not recover. They qualify for the money, but they end up not receiving it because they don't meet the targets that they have to meet to get it.
That's the energy targets that Dave is speaking about. So you have to project an energy savings and then achieve that energy savings, but also there's maintenance and so forth involved over the years to make sure that you continue to meet those targets.
Yeah, those are the numbers that I'm just looking to find out the fact. And no, it's simple as that.
Beth, did you have anything?
Yeah, that's fine, to ask the question and just find out the numbers of what that upfront cost would be, I guess. And then we can make the decision from there without delaying any projects, please.
Was there a chart in the at one point that estimated $2 million to do that or during that?
Yes.
Yes, there was.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So it sounds like everyone is okay to ask the question, but nothing that involves delaying the project. Is that fair? Do I have that right? Number of grants, percent success.
Was there a chart in the finance committee at one point that estimated $2 million?
Somebody's listening to you live, live streaming as well as live.
Yes, Kara, I think you summarized it correctly. And just to reiterate, I think no one should change anything. Just ask the architect for that data point. That's it. And if it's not 100%, then probably won't do anything else. So
yeah, I agree with Chris completely. Exactly.
Okay. All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Todd, for the update. And also thank you, Terry, for answering some questions. All right, let's move on to approval of board meeting minutes. Approval of June 10th, 2020, June 15th, 2020, and June 16th, 2020 minutes. Did anyone have any changes? Okay, then those stand as presented. Superintendent's agenda, consent agenda. Did anyone have an item they would like to pull from the consent agenda?
I'd like to remove item H.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, could I have a motion for the consent agenda minus item H?
I'll make a motion that the Board of Education approve of the consent agenda, which includes items A through K with the exception of item H.
My second.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor made by Courtney to, and seconded by Chris to approve consent agenda items A, personnel report, B, financial report, C, approval of admin title change, D, approval of surplus, modular trailer and vehicles, approval of policy, update section 2, approval of policy reference, education policy section 4, approval of policy reference, section 5, personnel, I, approval of policy reference, section 7, students, approval of policy reference, section 8, community relations, and item K, approval of new policy 790 released during school hours. That motion, Jenna, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mrs. Stupin,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Caporio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Okay, if I could have a motion for item H.
I would like to make a motion that the Board of Education approve the policy reference. I'm sorry, the approval of press policy manual update, section 6. This would be the second reading and the adoption of it.
I would actually like to make a motion that we send this back to the policy committee and that the full board have a discussion about, that we send it back to the policy committee to correct the errors that are in this policy, and that the full board have a discussion about the philosophical implications of adding more graduation requirements to York, which frankly hasn't been done in my memory in over a decade. And I think it deserves more than just being on a consent agenda item.
Jim,
Hang on. We got it. Well, okay. Go ahead.
Kara, did you need a second or did you need a?
We have to figure out what motion we're approving.
Yeah.
Well, my motion was to approve the policy recommendations from press. That was my motion. And I don't think there was a second or a movement on that.
So so where do we have the discussion? We can always amend it, the motion. So I'll approve.
You can't have a discussion if there's no second.
Right. So I'll second Courtney's motion. Thank you. And then we can have a discussion about this.
Okay. So the motion is for item H, made by Courtney, seconded by Margaret. Now we can have discussion.
And I thought Jim then recommended that it go back to policy. and the full board discuss it.
Well, we can discuss this, and part of that discussion can be an amended motion. Is that correct, Margaret?
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Okay.
So I think maybe I should just start with what exactly this motion includes, because it does not include additional requirements for graduation. This press 6.300 amendment has to do solely with, sorry, I lost my page, solely with adding in a requirement that students must file free applications for federal or state financial aid, or a waiver indicating that they're aware of the opportunities to file those applications, but they are choosing not to. So I think there's some confusion about what this amendment is, or what this adoption of this amendment is, but that's the sole change in this policy number.
So why are they, Courtney, why is the state saying that it's a graduation requirement for kids to fill out a FAFSA?
No, it's yeah, I mean, I think the confusion is that they've added it into the section under graduation requirements, but it's not changing the requirements to graduate. It's simply making sure that a student understands that there are aid opportunities available to them, and putting the diligence on us to make sure that each of these students understand what their opportunities are.
But bear with me though, if you look at first page, first thing, graduation requirements. To graduate from high school, unless otherwise exempted, each student is responsible for 1, and then go to 6, beginning with the 2020-2021 school year, filing one of the following. So it really does say that they have to file something. Right. And I guess that's why I'm asking, why is the state mandating students to do that?
It's a new state law. That's why the policy recommendation is to revise our policy, because when new laws are passed, that's when the press information comes out. But this is in response to the fact that this is now law beginning with this 2021 school year in the state of Illinois.
No, but Dave, so what is the law? I mean, what's the rationale and all that sort of stuff? I get why we have to put in policy if it's law, but.
Well, the law is that you have to do this because they're trying to get, I believe the rationale would be simply that they're trying to get kids who might not otherwise consider post-secondary education due to cost to realize that there are financial opportunities out there. So they want them to either fill out the FAFSA or sign the waiver that says they've been informed.
Right. Yeah, and I guess, and that's what I'd call to attention. Item 6 does say beginning with 2021, but then that next paragraph says a student is exempt from this requirement if, and then it says they're unable to file. The building principal attests that the district made a good faith effort to assist them, or the student has met all other graduation requirements. So there are exceptions that are in that language that say, it's trying to facilitate the information. It's not a restriction that if they made all other graduation requirements, that they would be prohibited from graduating.
Yeah. I guess my whole point is not many students get it. And I would rather them just increase the number and the better ease of getting it. But anyway, that's just my perspective. So I guess that's why I was asking the law and the rationale behind why the legislators were doing that. I mean, yeah, they force people to, fill out the application, but a lot of times.
Or a
something's
waiver
not
saying
there.
they don't want, or a waiver saying they don't want to fill it out.
Well, yeah.
And I
Well,
think it's just a concerted effort to make sure every student is reached.
I think we can arrive at something that can make everyone happy here. My objection is not to the section 6 that's in red. I am just hoping that since this policy is before us, that we could take this opportunity to clean up the errors in it. First of all, we renamed the Food and Consumer Science Department the Family and Consumer Science Department years ago. And I'm just hoping that could be reflected in the writing of this policy. Also, to my knowledge, York no longer offers a course called Consumer Education, Hero, Me, or Business Math. And I was just hoping that we could take this opportunity to make this policy more accurate of what York actually offers and what we call their departments. Additionally, and I will admit to a misreading, I guess a few years ago, we increased the graduation requirement to 3 years of science. And I'm just kind of philosophically opposed. We have so many good electives and so many kids that can't take those electives because they're involved in band, orchestra, choir, world languages, and there's just no space in the curriculum for them to take things that they want to. But yet here, apparently a few years ago, and my apologies for the oversight on my part, we increased the graduation requirement. Many kids going into a non-STEM field, as long as they're applying to a college that does not require 3 years of science, it's a hurdle that they shouldn't have to jump over.
Okay, so Jim, so if I understand, your questions with this policy are not item 6, but it's rather that the language that it will be updated for that information. And if that is the only objection, then I don't know if it has to go back to the policy group, or if this can just be updated from administration and given back for reading in the August meeting, or reading and adoption in the August meeting.
Yeah, so here's my thing on this. I think there are, and Jim, I think you're referring to the asterisk, which defines, what ways a consumer education credit can be obtained for our students. And I think there are a lot of examples in our policy manual that should be looked at like this. I don't really feel like the asterisk is necessary because I feel like classes come and go, they get renamed. And this is more something for a student handbook as opposed to a policy. The policy is that you need one consumer education credit. There's no, in my opinion, no need to define how to get that credit. So I just think that, I think you're right. We should be looking at our policy manual in a deeper dive. But I don't know that doing that right now by not approving this law that's been passed and including it in our policy is the way to do it.
Well, like I said, I think there's something that we can arrive at a conclusion that can make everyone happy. Why don't we just vote this through as is? And the next time you hold a policy committee meeting, you bring this back and correct the title of the department and correct the course offerings that we have at York High School. And frankly, I expect every policy that's considered by the policy committee through a press update to make those corrections. And that way our policy manual is kept up to date. And that's the job of the policy committee.
So let me make sure I understand. What are you suggesting, Jim, that we approve it as is and then go back and change it?
Yes. Yeah, you approve number 6 because that's the new state law. And then take it back to the policy committee and clean up the course offerings and what we call our departments at York High School.
Okay. Yeah. And so I just want to get clarity. You are suggesting that we approve section 6.3 tonight. And then when we have the next policy meeting, to go back and look at it again and send it back for approval?
Right, that's one with the new wording, with the correct courses, with the correct department titles. Another alternative is just send this back to the policy committee and we'll vote on this additional number 6 when it comes back to the board.
Or
you do it that way too.
Yeah, how about this one? How about we don't have to send it back to policy? Since the changes are purely administrative, we can make the changes. I like Courtney's idea of taking out the asterisk and just changing the name of the department. 2 changes, and we can put this back on the agenda for the August 11th. I think that's the next meeting, yeah. August 11th meeting.
Margaret, I already suggested that. I sent a email to the administration asking if they could clean this up before it got to us tonight. And the response from the administration was it would have to go back to the policy committee. So that's why I'm suggesting the policy committee.
No,
that's what I was told it would have to do.
No, yes, I think I'd have to look at my response, but in my response, my suggestion was that we pull this, we go back and we make those changes and we bring it back to the board. I don't, if I said policy committee in there, maybe that's what I said in my initial response, but that doesn't, if the board understands what the changes are going to be, which is getting rid of that asterisk out of the policy, then if the full board is in agreement that would be the way they want to proceed, then I think we can just bring the policy back. What I'm not clear about is whether or not that would be considered a first reading because of the change, or if that could come back as a second reading. But I think taking that language out is not a big deal, and then bringing it back to the board without having another policy committee meeting, if that's what the board's comfortable with, that should be fine.
And I'm fine with that too. I'm just looking at the simplest way to clean it up. But I will say that without that asterisk, you're transferring the authority of what courses meet that consumer education requirement. You're transferring that authority from the Board of Education to the administration. So as long as we're aware of that. Otherwise, you got to leave the asterisk and what courses those are in the policy.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, just looking at the time, it's midnight. And so my suggestion or my recommendation is that we take this to, we ask administration to take out the asterisk, change the food and consumer science name to what it's correctly called, and send it back to the board on August 11th. That would be the simpler process here.
Although,
or I would just suggest we take out of the asterisk the courses we no longer offer.
Yeah, because it's a good review for all of us, and administration, to go through what courses do we have and not. I think it's good. There's a lot of people, including me, when my kids were in, I looked at that policy to see what are the options. I've gotten calls since then. What are the options? And they can easily, anybody can easily go to our policy and find it.
Okay, so I guess there's a disagreement. I look at the course outline. I look at the course book when I teach in school to see what classes required that.
But it should be based on our policy. I guess that's what all I'm saying.
Well, so
considering that the board is now going to be approving handbooks on an annual basis, if that is in the handbook and we change curriculum, the board still has to approve either the curriculum change or the handbook. So it's not, if you're concerned about losing some ability to manage some aspect of that policy, that's another way of looking at that potentially as well. Because every time you change a course, you got to change a policy then. That's the problem with putting stuff like that in policy.
Absolutely. Being too specific.
I agree with that as well.
That's how we get into this challenge.
So can we reference the handbook in this policy then?
Well, we can make sure that in the handbook, there's some type of an accurate, updated designation for what qualifies as consumer science credit.
We just need to link the two.
That should be in there because that should be in the course selection process and clear to every kid. The policy just didn't get changed when those courses got changed. I'm sure that's what happened.
I know, and at one point we didn't have the handbook, so that's why it was in policy. That's all I'm trying to say is, can we link the two and put it in writing? So if we're saying, because all we do is govern by policy, and so we direct a future board to understand the linkage, which is then in this policy to reference the handbook that we then now approve, which at some point in a future board, they may not. We just have to make sure we focus on what we are responsible for, which is policy. And we've changed that since I've been on the board.
Okay.
And we'll
And
change it.
we vote on policy. I don't understand why we're voting on a handbook.
Right. So that could go away. I guess that's all I'm trying to highlight here.
That's the handbook is an administration thing. It's not a board thing.
I would just ask at this point that we either approve it and have it revised, or we just conclude this discussion for tonight and revisit another time.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think that what I would advise is the law change, and then we bring this policy back potentially as part of our October discussion that we referenced earlier in the meeting, and ensure that our graduation requirements reflect what we're like key performance indicators and things like that it all works together. Yes?
That works for me.
Sounds good.
The only thing that I would add is, can administration look to see, to be consistent with the references to our courses that are out of date or not?
Yes, that's easy enough to do, but I think that I would like to suggest a different way to approach. I think if we're going to focus on the KPIs in October and data and looking at data, I don't know that there's going to be a reasonable opportunity to really get into graduation requirements. I think that if the board wants to look at graduation requirements, we should do it in its totality, because we require other things that go above and beyond state requirements. And so I just think that if we want to look at what we have and ask the administration if they would like to make if they would like to make a recommendation, or if there are some ways that we want to approach this, I think that's going to be a discussion that could compromise the ability to have a good focus on the KPIs.
Good
That's
point,
fine,
Dave.
but my point is that we can't have this conversation tonight about the graduation requirements and all that. So we can go back to that at a later date, upcoming date. So is that fair?
What are we going to do with this policy tonight?
We vote on it so that the law change is reflected in the policy.
Okay.
And then there's some, it can come back and we can discuss it at an upcoming meeting if we want. But for tonight, the stuff in red.
So then the motion and second stands as is.
So is there any other discussion? All right. Oh, sorry.
No, I just never imagined this would be so complex to just clean up a few words.
All right, Jenna, please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Okay, superintendent's agenda action items, approval of resolution approving the Open D205, a plan for health, safety, and rigorous learning for the 2020-2021 school year. Dave, if you could give a little explanation and intro to that before I ask for a motion, that'd be great.
Well, the resolution is recommended by the attorneys and as the means by which you approve the plan. And it's written in such a way that gives the district flexibility to be able to change the plan as needed, so that we wouldn't have to be calling special board meetings, every, week or 48 hours to make revisions to the plan. So in item 3, the key language is that the last 2 sentences where it says any substantive changes to the plan shall be made in consultation with the president of the board and then promptly reported to the board, which may affirm, modify, or disapprove of the changes. The changes shall, however, remain in full force and effect until such time as the board acts unless otherwise required by law. So in other words, it gives us an opportunity to ensure that we're communicating with the board with major changes, and that the board is voting and entertaining those changes at a public meeting, and that those changes may not be permanent, but if there's a need for an emergency adjustment, that we could temporarily put something into effect, at least until the board has a chance to deliberate at the next board meeting. So that's the key thing, I think, to understand about the resolution, in addition to approving the plan, is it gives you, it has a provision in there for how to make changes to the plan to give us some flexibility, knowing that it may not be possible always to move board meeting to board meeting with some of these changes that need to be made.
Could I have a motion and then we can discuss?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution approving Open D205, a plan for health, safety, and rigorous learning for the 2020-21 school year.
Second.
I second.
All right, questions, discussion, comment?
So what would the process be if it needs to change? It says that it'll be in consultation with the president of the board, I'm reading number 3, and then promptly reported to the board, which may affirm, modify, or disapprove the changes. So is that a board meeting?
In other words, if we make a decision to move forward because we think we have to, we have the ability to move forward, but we have to bring it to the board at the next opportunity. And if the board the board would then have the flexibility to sign off and support it, or decide that it disagrees and either modifies or votes it down.
Right. I'm sorry, Dave. What, just the procedure. So something has to be modified. You talk to Kara about it. Something's put together to communicate it to the community and to the board. We have it on a board agenda item, and then we have what? Resolution amendment, or I'm just trying to get a sense of what to expect.
Well,
Because
well, we would bring the plan back to the board to approve the modifications to the plan. I don't know that you have to sign another resolution.
Got it.
I suppose if that's the case, if we feel that we have to do that, then I would have to consult and get the language right as to the motion that you're voting on or whatever. But you would have to take a vote. You'd either take a vote on a motion that modifies the plan, or you'd take a vote, or we'd have to, I suppose, have an updated resolution. But that doesn't make sense to me. I think
so it would be updating the plan, and we'd approve the modification to the plan. Okay.
Yes.
Just want to get some sense of what to expect, because it might happen fast. That's all.
Yes, correct.
Okay. That's my question, Kara. Thanks.
Anybody else? Okay, Jenny, you can call the vote then.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Kaporia.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, the motion passes. Okay, item B, approval of amended 2020-2021 school year. Dave, do you want to just give a quick recap?
Yeah, this is necessary for one reason and preferred for a second. I would argue necessary, but the first one, November 3rd is now considered a holiday, and therefore, in order to comply with our policy, we need to add a day at the end of the school year. That puts us at a Friday. We still don't go into the next week, assuming that we don't have any other complications. But the state, as we discussed before, has given us 5 blended remote professional learning days, and our blended professional learning days, blended remote professional learning days. So they don't count against student attendance days. We're recommending that you approve 3 of them now, so that we can make sure that we have as much time as possible to help the teachers get prepared for the first day of class. And then we would come back likely this fall and request another amendment to the calendar that designates the other 2 learning days. But we don't want to do that now because we're not 100% certain exactly when we will need them to best suit the needs of the teachers. So we don't want to commit to a specific day yet.
Okay, could I have a motion, please?
Yes, I move that the Board of Education approve the amended 2021 calendar as presented to extend the school year by 1 day to May 28th, 2021, if no emergency days are used, to account for the new November 3rd Election Day holiday, and to move the first day of school to August 24th, 2020, to allow for 3 blended professional learning days as allowed by the governor's order.
I'll second.
Okay, questions, comments?
So Dave, the new November 3rd Election Day holiday is only for this year, correct?
That I don't know. I think, well, it's only for this year. I don't know if they intend to do that in the future with, other election days or not. But because they designated the date and didn't just say any kind of presidential election or general election, means that it is that in this case, it's only for this year. I don't know what their intent is in the future.
Yeah, I just think it's important for us to communicate to the community that it's just an anomaly this year, that it's November 3rd only this year. So people don't, think that every November 3rd it's off. And then the second piece is we're changing the start day for the students, but not the staff, correct?
Staff comes in on August 17th.
Okay.
So you are correct.
Okay. And the school days for students is 177, correct?
Yes.
And the students will still have 177, correct?
They will, because we'll be able to count those 3 days as attendance days. We don't have to extend. We only have to extend for the holiday.
Thank you.
Okay, Jenna, you can call the vote.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Kaforia.
Yes. 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Okay, item C, approval of amendment to paragraph 6D, vacation of the 2019-2023 performance-based superintendent's contract. Rationale: in recognition of the limited time for the superintendent to take his earned vacation time during the 1920 school year due to COVID-19, the board is considering amending the superintendent's contract to allow the superintendent to carry over 5 of his earned vacation days in the 2021 school year, provided such days are used prior to December 31st, 2020, and that taking such days does not compromise district operations. Could I have a motion for that, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the amendment to paragraph 60 vacation of the 2019 through 2023 performance-based superintendent's contract.
I'll second.
Any comment? Questions?
Thanks for being dedicated, Dave. But you've got some great people that you hired. We heard from them tonight. With a lot of thoroughness and listening to community members and staff and students, even though quite a few of them are new. And so I'm hoping that they can hold down the fort while you can take some well-deserved time that you have coming. But thank you for being so dedicated to our students, our staff, and our community and education.
Well, I thank you for that. And talked about the fact that we have good people doing good work, and I thank you for noting that. I would say that this is, although it has to be approved this way because of the superintendent's contract, this is a decision that we made administratively to make an exception for all 12-month employees. And so it's consistent with what we're doing with everybody else. And I don't want people to think that I'm asking for some type of exception to be made particularly for me.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody else? Okay. Jenna, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Kaforia.
Yes. 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right. Superintendent's Communication Freedom of Information Act request.
Yeah, so we had 9, one requesting specific employee information, which was granted, one requesting specific payroll information, which was granted, one requesting specific committee information, which was granted, one requesting specific expense information, which was granted, one requesting a specific contract, which was granted, one asking specific questions, which was granted, one requesting information on minutes and employee agreements, which was granted, one requesting specific agreements / memoranda, which was granted, one requesting specific emails, which was granted. And that's it. Just 9.
Okay. Board communications, board members will present reports or share information with the full board. I just wanted to share, the board had its self-evaluation last week with the Illinois Association of School Boards, reviewing 6 principles of effective governance, and began work on reviewing and updating board protocols, which we will continue to do some work on. So that meeting happened last week. And I think, does anybody have anything else? Okay. All right. We have 2 upcoming meetings, Tuesday, August 11th, 2020, Board of Education meeting, and Tuesday, August 25th, 2020, Board of Education meeting. And to our community, as we open operations, the intention is to go back to in-person, which will require masks to those people in attendance and limit attendance in the room to a total of 50, which will mean about 25 potentially community members. So some additional information will come out about that as we get closer to the date. And if there is nothing else, I will call the meeting adjourned. It's 12:25. Thank you all.